Let's just go. It's time to go live. We need to be live. The people demand that we be live. People are waiting. They're eagerly anticipating when is scenes from a life going to be live again. Everybody is wondering. My parents are wondering. All right, there's just so much to talk about. Everybody, Biden pardoned Hunter. Finally, justice has been served. Leave poor Hunter alone. Let him smoke crack in peace. I read this whole article about this girl who was in love with Hunter. She went to RISD, and we'll get into that. What else? God, I don't even know how to go into this. Arrested Development. We watched season 4 and 5 of Arrested Development. I'll talk about that as well. I liked it. I actually liked it. I mean, in some ways, it's. I wouldn't even say it's uneven, but it's just kind of like I don't know. It's expanding the fictional universe, and that's what this era is all about. That's TV. God, what else did I watch? I'm looking at my watch list here. My Letterbox. Follow me on Letterboxd. Geets Romo. I need more friends on Letterboxd. I know nobody's watching, and who knows? I mean, I do have people that watch my content. Believe it or not, I could do better with the thumbnails and the descriptions. Apparently, those are important, but that's part of my all out. Oh yeah, I got to talk about Babette's Feast. For all my feast heads out there, I related heavily to Babette's Feast. It spoke to the depths of my soul, even though I didn't really like it that much. Sweet Bird of Youth. I'll talk about Sweet Bird of Youth, the Tennessee Williams adaptation with Paul Newman. Hairspray. We watched Hairspray. It was good. Oh yeah, A Safe Place, and You're a Big Boy Now. So I'll do my film reviews. I'll do my Siskel and Ebert film rundown as well of all the media. Well, it was Thanksgiving, right? So it was a big break and a big gaping period of time to just consume everything: food, stuffing, turkey, gravy, cranberry sauce, pumpkin pie, content. Seasons of television, binge watching. It's all binge everything in America. Everything's addiction. Everything is gluttony. That's the economy. That's how the economy works. They need us, consuming 70% or something, whatever. I don't know. They need us consuming constantly. Oh, you got to see. Oh, we watched Cabaret. I'll talk about Cabaret. My thoughts on Cabaret. They've been eagerly awaiting my take on Cabaret. I mean, it just felt like it was time. We're living it. Why not watch it? The Brave. You got to see The Brave. Johnny Depp. It's one of the few films Johnny Depp. I know everybody loves Johnny Depp. In the wake of the Amber Heard, his bloated Elvis, Hollywood vampire, fallen hero Johnny Depp. But The Brave is a good movie. It's about indigenous peoples. It's about Native Americans. I mean, I don't necessarily know how they feel about it, but I think it's interesting because there's like surreal kind of exaggerated elements, but there's also a lot of realism. He had a kind of an interesting style, actually, in a way. It combines a lot of the influences of things that he was in. I think there's kind of a little bit of a Jim Jarmusch Dead Man feel to it, but also a little bit of a Gilbert Grape feel to it. Movies are art is just combinations of other art. It's all just combinations of other movies. So maybe I'll talk about Arrested Development first, and then I'm gonna get into. It's not uncommon as an open mic host, the hazards of being an open mic host. It's not uncommon to. I feel like it's good to give a preview. This is a little intro. I do these little preamble. You tell them what you're going to tell them. You tell them, and then you tell them what you told them. Right? I mean, that's the 5 paragraph essay. That's all I know about rhetoric and essaying. These are really like improvisatory verbal essays. They take about the same amount of time. And classes should do oral exams anyway. That's how you show you really know it, or I guess, I don't know, who knows. Um, so I do these sort of prefatory remarks to kind of tell you a little preview to whet your taste, and then who knows what we'll get into. And these are just kind of the things in my head to get things started. But yeah, as an open mic host, it's not uncommon for people to just come after you. It's a vulnerable position. I mean, it's not that stressful. There's definitely more stressful things I've done for sure, but I try to be as fair to everybody as I can. But it's the thing about stand-up comedians is they are different than the other acts because there's a hostility that's like inherent, or like at least a lot of the comedians, and they offend people usually. It's something I've gone over time and time again. And so, with the open mic on Monday, we do it in a poetry bar. It is a literary bar. And I was sort of somebody went after me last night at the open mic, and I understand why. It was a response to their history with the event. And my policy with that, it's an open mic. People can come, they can say whatever they want. But at the same time, I'm a little bit of a turn the other cheek guy. I don't really uh if I get into like an argument or a discourse about it, then I feel like I'm only going to dig myself in a hole or something. But at the same time, I feel like I do want to just elucidate. I've done this before on the live stream. I'll do it again. The it's a literary bar. There's a piano in the bar, and it is a cabaret, but like it's sort of my pet project to even have fucking stand-up comedy, to be honest. Nobody really likes it that much. The writers don't really like it. The stand-up comedians are mean to the fucking writers, Everybody hates the fucking comedy, except the comedians have this own world where they are uh enabling each other. And they're toxic as fuck. This is why the election went the way that it did, because there is this manosphere of these fucking toxic people. But at the same time, I understand the purpose of comedy. The purpose of it is to call bullshit. The purpose of it is to tell the truth when other people are sort of skirting the edges or fudging or whatever. And so I get like they're supposed to make it funny. That's how it's like tolerable. It's like they're supposed to make it funny. They usually don't. They usually are just mean, you know? They're lacking the funny part. That's like when you're learning, when you're doing, hey, what's up? Thank you for watching. I'm talking about last night, and well, I'm just talking about everything. We're talking about Hunter's laptop. Hunter Biden has been pardoned. Thank you for coming last night. We had Third Canvas there was drawing caricatures, so we got some nice caricatures of people. Do I have any of them laying around here? We're lucky every time Third Canvas comes out, draws these amazing. I think I got them right here. Hold on. Fuck, did I grab my fucking? Yeah, let me see. Let me show this for the people at home. This is Duff. Shout out to Duff. That was Duff last night. Here's Luke Herberman. Luke Herberman opening things up here. Look, she even got the fretboard. Look at the detail on the fretboard here. That's the little designs and patterns on the fretboard and shit. This is Affectioneering. Affectioneering has this PlayStation 2 controller that they play like these unbelievable guitar solos with. Very cool. This is Francis Scott Napier. You got to check out Francis Scott Napier's art exhibit at 25 Maiden Lane downtown in the financial district. He did an incredible. I mean, he went long yesterday for sure, but I mean, it was worth it. His piece was kind of, I mean, it was like it was all about how he lived in Tijuana and he has no documents at all, and he's like driving his car across the United States and blah blah blah. This is Julian G. And then there's yours truly. Look at that. Isn't that a great drawing right there? I mean, the detail, amazing. Amazing these. And the paper is so nice. Um yeah, so anyway, to get back to what I was talking about, so it's nice, we're trying to create this nice atmosphere for people to read poetry, and these comedians have such hostility towards the poetry. That's another thing is they get up. Normally you don't have poets get up and attack the other acts. It's generally supportive. I'm not really the kind of person that goes out of my way to like, create the kind of guidelines and kind of restrictions to make it like a safe space like a lot of people do. A lot of poetry open mics and poetry readings now, they have this kind of contract up front where it's like, there's no this, that, the other, and it's like no racism, no misogyny, no homophobia. It's like, okay, that's great, I understand that, but like, I also just don't want to put all these disclaimers and all these kind of things up front. I want to kind of respect people and trust people to be nice, to be respectful. Maybe I should make a fucking speech about that. I'd like to believe that. I mean, in this day and age, it's not. It's not fucking understood. People have these things are lost. That's why Donald Trump is the goddamn president, because nobody gives a fuck anymore. The gloves are off. People want to see blood. They want to see insult comedy, roasting, hand to hand combat, mixed martial arts. Uh, and that's masculinity, I guess, that kind of butting of heads and that kind of violence. But it was a shock to me, and I think it's a shock to everybody. Everybody that comes on Monday night, it's a shock when a comedian gets up there, and to be honest, it can sink the night. We've been doing this a while. We've done over 100 shows. We've done over 2 years. Like, I've had a few nights where a comedian went on when there was a lot of people there and fucking scared the shit out of everybody, made people uncomfortable, was rude, insulted people, was racist or homophobic or anti-Semitic or whatever, as they usually are. That's like the basis of their whole thing. When I started to get involved in stand-up comedy culture, particularly in Manhattan in 2022, I was shocked at how mean these people were and how that's just like a part of it. It's a part of it to call bullshit, to tell the truth, to roast people. There's so many people trying to do it that I think that's just one of the ways that they weed people out is there's like this really hardcore like ribbing of everybody. And I don't know, it's just you have to have a tolerance for it. You have to have like built up a tolerance for it, and you have to have a desire to have a tolerance for it. I mean, what is it really about? Is it some kind of S&M thing? Are all comedians masochists, or are they sadists? What are they? Why did they do this? It's like I mean, I've learned to laugh at it. I mean, I had a guy last week that went at me. I had a comedian last week, and it's always late, it's always like 12:30 or something. So last week a guy went after me because I introduced the comedian before him as one of the best comedians in New York, which I'm prone to truthful hyperbole, as a hype man. What do you think the hype and hype man stands for? Stands for hyperbole. So I'm prone to a little truthful hyperbole. But to be honest, this is one of the best comedians in New York. We're proud to have him on the open mic, and he's fucking done Madison Square Garden and shit. Okay, so it's like, and so the comedian who went up after his whole thing, I didn't give him the same introduction. I don't know the guy. He came up, he tried to sign up. He was a little bit of an asshole, like a lot of them are, not all of them. Some of them are nice. A lot of them are my friends. I'm not like, I don't mean to shit on all comedians. Like I said, I want to make this work to some degree. But to be honest, and to put it kind of plain and simple, we could cut the stand-up comedians and we wouldn't really lose very much, to be honest. And what it comes down to is money. It's really about money. The comedians don't spend any money, and they scare people away who will spend money. So, unfortunately, that is part of the consideration, is like, we're there to make money. And if you're actively scaring customers off, being mean to people, being hostile, like, I put a lot of people on who have been hostile, because I do believe in the free speech of it and the openness of the open mic. Like I said, I wish they had a little bit better manners, or um were funnier, generally speaking. Do one or the other. Be nice or be funny. Ideally both. Be nice or be talented. Um and so it's almost, it's implicit, it's not explicitly stated, but like the night does have a contour to it. And people that have been there kind of see that. And I try to put up stand-up comedians at the beginning as much as I can and get them in front of people, but like, it's also just like, it's a trust thing. And from 9 to 10:30, when we've got kind of the prime time, when we've got 40 people in the room and we're trying to keep them there and build and make them happy and get them spending money, the easiest way to torpedo that is to put a stand-up comedian up who's going to go up and be mean to everybody and get hostile and get into it with the audience. The comedians will go after the people in the audience. They think it's their job to comment on anything that's happening. They have to comment on the room, they have to comment on me. They don't talk about the news. God forbid they talk about anything that really fuck matters. They won't touch anything like, the Roe versus Wade got overturned. Nobody will talk about that because that's like hack. It's like, oh yeah, like you've got something to say about that. It's like, that's what they should be fucking talking about. They shouldn't be talking about, I don't even know what they talk about. They just make racist jokes or, anti-Semitic jokes. I don't even know. It's like, there's nothing, with like poetry, you're sort of being fed this. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of good stand-up comedians that I know. They're kind of like friends of the mic, but it's like, generally the way that it goes, it's like they don't spend any money. They might buy one drink. They might spend $10 maximum. Um, so there's kind of an implicit thing where it's like, we are providing a space, a late night space, basically from 11 to 1 a.m., where they can come and they don't even have to spend that much money. The bartender is cool enough that he's willing to work things out with them where they can just buy one drink, or a lot of them don't buy anything. But it's also like, we're not making money off of that. So we could stop it at 11:30 and we'd probably make about the same amount of money. We don't make that much money in the last hour and a half, but it's fun to do. And like I said, it's sort of my little pet project where it's like, comedians can come. It's like, there's not very many open mics late night in Manhattan. that you can be on a on a nice stage, and there's for a little while it was really like a scene for for people that wanted to do that. We had a lot of good comedians, and I get a kick out of that stuff because when like last night or even the week before, when these people were sort of like co- uh, you know uh tearing into me or whatever, it's like I have been exposed to that culture a little bit. I know that that's just what they do. They can't help themselves. That's what their job is. Their job is to call bullshit, like Mr. Saturday Night. When he sees bullshit, he calls bullshit. They can't help themselves. That's like what their job. They're the fool, right? And fucking King Lear or whatever, Nuncle. And so, you need somebody to. It's like a head shrinker. That's the point of insult comedy. Is it's meant to kind of keep you humble. It's meant to cut you down to size if your ego is getting too big, if your head is getting too big. And so I don't really take it personally. And I apologize. Like I apologize. Like it's hard to do this thing and to make everybody happy. It's like it's not everybody who can go up early. And we're trying to do the best show and to make as many people happy as we can. If you have somebody that is going to bomb and and maybe hurt the feelings of somebody in the audience, that's a risk that over time doing this, you just see it's it's something that people remark about, that they don't want to come because of stand-up comedians. But I'm committed to trying to get everything to work together, to get the music and the poetry and the comedy. I'm also trying to do it for the poets because stand-up comedy, for whatever reason, just has a way higher profile in our culture. Millions, it's decided the election. Millions of fucking people watch these fucking comedians, and they're filling arenas and shit. Poetry is just kind of in its own little specialized, particularized, kind of like highbrow, educated. Not always, these open mics are a thriving kind of like counterculture, but um, you know, it's like it feels like the comedians are breaking the agreement, or just like the politeness, the manners of it with what they are doing. And so it becomes a risk to put them on. I mean, that's a kind of like violence or something. It's like having somebody get up there and threaten violence or something. It's just like, I'm sorry, but like you can do that to each other, and you can, but that's just not it. Like I said, it's a literary bar. If it was a different venue, if it wasn't so much about making money and the overhead and all of that, it would be a different way of doing it. But the way these open mics are, it's like everybody goes home. Some people go home unhappy. Not everybody can get on early, and it's not. It's a combination of. It really is based on the order people sign up, and like when have they gotten a fair amount of exposure. I'm trying to balance, uh it's not like, oh, these are my friends, so I'm going to throw them up early, but it's like I've got regulars. I wouldn't say it's like me glad handing my friend. I would say I have regulars, like those people, they do get a priority. There is like an algorithm is what I call it, like as a joke, because the algorithm that we're all subjected to, it has all of these different factors in it. Nobody knows what the fuck they are. For me, it's like there's a number of different considerations. It's like, it does matter what media you do, what craft you do. I haven't spelled this out anywhere. No one's ever asked. I can count. Not even it's not even on, it's 2 or 3 people over the whole course of doing this thing have complained about the order or how it's decided. And to be honest, it is a private business. We can run it however we want, for better or for worse. Like I said, I try to be as fair as possible. And one of the reasons why I can't put stand-up comedians on, generally speaking, unless they're kind of vetted and I know what they're gonna do, or like what they're capable of doing, is because they could potentially scare everybody out of the fucking room with just like bad vibes, bad energy, like meanness, bad, like they need help. They've got this little culture where they're like self-therapying everybody and they're self-medicating through these open mics. Like just because you are shameless enough to get on stage at an open mic doesn't mean you have the right to say whatever the fuck you want and that people have to like you or listen to you. A lot of these comedians in particular think they just have no shame. They're not publicly embarrassed and they just will get up in front of a bunch of people and just say shit that's like nuts, unhealthy. They this whole Joker mode thing, it is a representation of like a mental illness in this fucking culture. What was I just saying? They were talking about laughing. It was like sickness. My job is to make people laugh, but it's like a sickness. Who was saying that? The Eric Idle. I was watching this interview with Eric Idle on Daily Show, or it popped up on my TikTok. And he was like, it's his job. They were asking about PC culture and has that made his job harder and blah, blah, blah. He's like, it's his job to make people laugh, but it's like a sickness. I don't know why people need other people to make them laugh. They're not good at it. Why would they pay them for that? It's like I make myself laugh. My friends make me laugh. They're funnier than any fucking comedian I've ever seen practically. And yet somehow this, it's a right wing thing. This comedy, this mean spirited kind of like aggressive, and it is kind of like alpha male or I don't know, or like wannabe. It's like part of the kind of misguided compensatory kind of like masculinity. They think that's masculinity is just like, I don't know, being mean. Like Trump is the ultimate kind of roast zing guy. People really get a kick out of the fact that he calls people Sleepy Joe, or he's so quick. You'd be in jail, Hillary. Um, so I don't know. I could make some kind of like document that I post online that like spells all this out, but it's to let make I guess I shouldn't lead anybody on about, but I also don't want people to be disappointed. I want them to show up and just be a part of it. So it's like this is the nature of these things. It's like we don't go that late. I mean, we're done by 1 a.m., but like there's a potential that you'll get there at 8 o'clock and you might not go till 12:45 or something. I try not to let that happen, but it's an imperfect system and I'm constantly honing it and trying to make it better to make more people happy. To make as I don't want somebody to drive from New Jersey or something and then they don't get to go on till 11:45 and there's nobody there and then they get home super late, but it's like I also have so many people that are trying to pressure me. Oh, I got to get up. Oh, I got to get on the train. Oh, I got to do this. I got to go on by 10:15, or hey, can you put me on, so it's like it's a lot of different balls that you're juggling. And not everybody is gonna be satisfied. But, if I just did it literally in the order that people signed up in, it wouldn't work. There'd be a lot of people that wouldn't get to go up, and I'd have, just certain people sign up early every week, right? I can't put them on early every week. I can't put the same people on early every week. You know, just because you sign up on Tuesday every week doesn't mean you're going to be in the first 5 people every week. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just not how it's going to go. I will put you in the first few people like once every other week or once every 3 weeks, but there's a lot of regulars and there's a lot of new people. There's a lot of people that come out one time. And like I said, for better or for worse, maybe it should be more explicitly spelled out, but the priority is on literary stuff. If you're a writer, if you're a poet, generally speaking, this is not a hard and fast rule, but like those people go home early. I don't know what it is. Comedians are down to do late night. They don't have jobs. They're not mature. I don't know. They live with their parents, like, to fund their stand up comedy open mic addiction. Uh, so they can stay out late. The poets generally have to be out of there by 10:30. And so it's not always like that. Sometimes poets go later, sometimes comedians go early. But to be honest, it's been shocking. And I like a lot of these people. Like I said, there's very few comedians that I've met that I don't like personally. They're all like pretty nice people generally, or I don't know, they're fun, but it's like a lot of times they get on stage and it's just uh it scares the audience in a way that's just not worth it. Like if you're a performance artist and you're scaring the audience, or if you have like a point that's really interesting, or like you're doing something really idiosyncratic, and you're making the audience kind of like, that's one thing. But just like get up and do the same kind of like, you're Jewish, you're gay, you're black. It's like, you're white. It's like that it's just frustrating to me that there's not more creativity. And I will say that not once again, this is not a hard and fast thing either, but generally speaking, the female comedians are way more interesting. There's way more of a breadth of what they're talking about. And they do it in such a way that's not offensive or toxic or like hostile. Their whole thing isn't just based on hostility and control and trying to like snipe at people. And poets are like, the opposite of that. They're being vulnerable, they're being revealing. And the worst thing you can do if somebody does that is like go up after them and be like, God, that poem sucked. That was super gay and stupid, wasn't it? It's like, that's just a shitty thing to do, like as a human being. So, that has happened a few times. Like I said, we could cut the comedians out of the thing completely, and it wouldn't cost us very much, you know. And we get to go home an hour and a half early. But it's fun to do everything, and it's fun to do a big show. And like I said, I understand like that's what comedy culture is about. That's what they do for whatever reason. If you're gonna be a stand-up comedian, you have to like have a thick skin. I mean, Jesus Christ. You're gonna be under personal attack basically anytime you go into a fucking club. It seems like somebody's gonna come at you, and you're gonna have a whole room of people laughing at you potentially. But at the same time, and this is something I wanted to talk about, is like I'm sort of a turn the other cheek guy. I don't know what to do. When somebody does something at the open mic that's like, they're trying to come after me, or like God forbid, we had the one time where the person threw the drinks. I don't know. I'm figuring out like, what do you do in these situations? Like, do I need to come down hard and be like, this will not stand? Do I need to be strong on like, that's fucked up? Like, do I need to get into it with these people and like be like a harder, more restrictive like leader or something and be like, you know what, we don't condone that and blah blah blah. Like I don't want to seem like I don't have any backbone. To me, it's like it's a stronger choice to be, or I don't know, maybe it's just like the deeply toxic religious Catholicism that's somehow like indoctrinated in me from childhood. But like I've always been like a turn the other cheek person. That's not to say that I can't fight or I won't fight. It just, there's just no point, you know? Uh, I guess I'm passive aggressive. Like, should I have gone up last night and like done this, and tried to like answer this person's criticism of you know the way that I run things or whatever. Uh, part of the reason why I do it the way I do it is because it's the East Village of Manhattan. When I first came to New York, I had job interviews at these bars on St. Mark's Place, and I knew some people that worked around there, and I saw the ways that things actually worked. In this city especially, KGB bar is not that far off the fucking Bowery. It's literally between Second Avenue and the Bowery. The Bowery is it's the street of taking advantage of people and kind of cheap sideshow attractions and stuff. Not that I'm trying to do that. I don't want to do that. Like I'm saying, I'm trying to make as many people as happy as I can and make people have a good time. Like it sucks that it costs money and it costs that much money. If it was up to me, in like, but it's Manhattan, it's a premium, it's expensive. That's just it's the most expensive city in the fucking world. And so we have a lot of people signing up that want to perform. Unfortunately, it is just like a meat grinder. For better or worse, there's just a lot of numbers and you can't make everybody happy, you know? And I'm sorry that if people have a shitty night, if they come out, if they don't get to go up, if they feel like I am playing favorites or something. Generally it's like pushy people get to the front of the line and people that are going to spend money and generally speaking not piss all over everybody else is what they're doing, which almost every stand-up comedian tends to do. And so, I don't know. It is what it is. But anyway, I hope the thing is like we're just growing. It's getting more, we're getting more followers, we're doing good, like financially speaking. And so, I'd like to, I'd like to have a better relationship with a lot of people, and I'd like to be more supportive and active and out there and stuff. But you know, it it's not bad. Like I said, it takes all kinds to make a world, and you know, people. It doesn't hurt you to hear that stuff. To just hear things. They can't threaten you. Bruce Holiday in the house. How you doing, brother? Thanks for watching. Um, and so that's like I said, that's that person's job is to and it was a surgical you know, dissection of what they thought the fucking issues were. But, the thing is, we could have gone home. I was read last night, the last few weeks, we've been kind of getting to go home early. I get out of there at 12:30. So I was getting ready to go home at 12:30. Then I had 4 people come in, a guy who I haven't seen in a while, who was very funny and nice and cool guy. He wanted to sign up all these people, so I was like, "Great, we'll stay a little while longer, but this is an old friend and we're here to do this till 1 a.m. We have the room till 1 a.m. Let's do this." So we were really out of we weren't making any more money. They didn't I don't know how much money they spent, but it wasn't, not to reduce people to that completely. It's not, like, we did stay. It wasn't about that, but it's like we could have gone home at 12:30. But I was just like, yeah, let's get more fucking art, more performance. We're here, let's fucking do this. That's why we're here. That's why we're in New York, and that's why we're alive. But so, I didn't get home till almost 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. And so we stayed at an extra half hour. Why? So somebody could go up on stage and tear into me for fucking 10 minutes. And like I said, I'm not trying to like uh avoid the conversation. It's just easier to talk about this stuff through this. It's easier to lay out all of the, you know, it's extensive. It's not just as simple as like, oh, I put up the people that are my buddies or something. I don't even have any friends. Anybody who knows me will tell you that. I don't have any friends at this point, you know. I go to the open mic and I see all these people that I'm sort of like acquainted with. And then I basically spend the rest of my week live streaming and watching movies and answering Instagram fucking DMs for people who want to sign up. Um, but it's also about, for this is also something that should be said, is like, it is also about identity, you know, people who are women, people of color, queer people, generally speaking, get priority. Trans people, generally speaking, if you're a white stand-up comedian who's going to piss everybody off and not have anything interesting to say, even if you have like something, I don't know, if you're going to personally attack the people who run the thing, I don't know. Any case, so we watched Arrested Development. Well, should we talk about Hunter's laptop? Biden pardon Hunter. What do you think about that, Bruce Holiday? Biden pardon Hunter. Finally, the Democrats are playing dirty. It's Dark Brandon era, baby. We got to. Well, I mean, the thing is, people are like, "Oh, Trump will do it now." It's like they will do it anyway. They cheat anyway. I don't know. It's like the Hunter thing is just so fucking fascinating. Let me smoke here. Fuck. See, now I've got 3 people watching. I don't know what people want to talk about. I'm going to talk about Arrested Development because I watched Arrested Development. This is continuing from last week. Let's move over to the window, shall we? It's like fucking freezing. Is that true everywhere? It's freezing in New York City. The whole week it's going to be like under 45 degrees. Um, the stream is just beginning, everybody. Now that it's freezing, I'll probably just live stream all fucking week. It's not like we can go anywhere or do anything. Hopefully the stream doesn't get taken down, censored, the lost episodes. I don't know. We've stayed away from any kind of controversial subject matter so far. else? Okay, so Arrested Development season 4. I don't know if people have seen it. It's the first Netflix season and season 5. I thought it's very different than the first 3 seasons. And I don't know if if Gen Z people, have you watched Arrested Development? Could be worse. You could be in Buffalo. Yeah, exactly. Fuck that. Fuck the lake effect. I don't want to be anywhere near the lake effect at all. I'm happy in subtropical New York City. Um, yeah, I kind of like. I don't know. Arrested Development season 4. It was like it felt like some kind of like lore. Everybody's so obsessed with lore now, and the internet, I feel like, has revealed these things that culturally would have just been like ignored or lost or not that important. The internet kind of finds these things and makes them like equally, or I don't know, even like more. We're so used to kind of like we take like the brand legacy shit for granted that it's like people almost like the lore like more or something, where it's like an example of this I would say would be like the Beatles, right? Like everybody our age like loves George Harrison. Like George Harrison is like viral in a way that McCartney and John Lennon are really not. Like he's looked on as kind of like a good person. He was a cuck, the idea being that like Lennon and McCartney, their egos were so big. John Lennon beat his wife. They wanted to hog the spotlight. George is like this quiet guy, kind of unassuming. He serves the but it's not about his ego and him getting in front of everybody and being the lead singer. He's the quiet one. He's the dark horse. But then he sort of was a late bloomer, and the number one streaming song for the Beatles, believe it or not, on Spotify is "Here Comes the Sun." It's not "Hey Jude." And then of course, "Something." A lot of people think "Something" is like one of the Beatles' best songs, or it's one of the highest streaming Beatles songs. I mean, George Harrison had bangers all throughout. People want to sleep on "Don't Bother Me." That's a great song. Um, "I Need You." I don't know if he wrote that song. I don't think he did. But he had good. I mean, "Long, Long, Long" is definitely one of the best Beatles songs. Not that George Harrison isn't great. I'm not saying that. But it's like it's easy now to say that he's like the best or something. And maybe in a certain way his solo, I mean, people really like "All Things Must Pass." His solo career, people kind of argue, was like the best. Wow, Bruce Holiday saw George Harrison in Philadelphia at the concert for Bangladesh. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, George Harrison is incredible, and he really has a pure soul, and that really comes through a lot in his music. But it's like, you know, I mean, it's a little bit, like I said, you're kind of taking for granted. I mean, the fact that, I mean, Lennon and McCartney really did do their best work in the Beatles. And that music is just like such a part of the wallpaper of our lives that it's kind of easy to be like, to overlook just how like fundamental it is. Um, there's a lot of fucking Beatles songs that are just like the lingua franca or whatever. It's called the Lexicon, Tiny. You don't know Summer Wind? The Great American Songbook. Or like, I don't know, what's another example of this? Of like lore becoming like It's like fan fiction. People are into kind of the peripheral characters with Star Wars. There's like the Mandalorian. There's a fucking Lando Calrissian movie. There's a young Solo movie. There's, Baby Yoda. Um, I don't know. The internet kind of rediscovers things and can make things massive that maybe just like disappeared or were sort of like culturally overlooked the first time. Um, um, it's just like, now things like fictional universes, building out the story, we're capable of it. And it's like a discovery, just like how much audiences like love that stuff, how much audiences do pay attention and they do like season long arcs or callbacks. Or I mean, one of the things about Arrested Development, right, is when it was airing originally on Fox with commercials during fucking prime time, it was like nobody could follow the density of the storylines and the callbacks and the jokes that paid off later. It was like, things were coming at you like The Simpsons, just like every second there's three jokes and they're play on words and they're, you got to kind of connect the dots in your head. It's fucking freezing. Um, we're in an Arctic fucking vortex here, everybody. We're streaming all night, everybody. It's a marathon. We're going to do 2 for Tuesday because we were off for Thanksgiving. Did everybody have a great Thanksgiving? Did you watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? Or like origin stories. It's like let's keep making fucking Batman movies. Let's keep making fucking Joker movies. And we'll have a kind of a prismatic look at these characters. I think Arrested Development, that's kind of how I was reading the 4th and 5th seasons. It's like they did it later, it's different, but I kind of like that it was different. I like that it's a different angle on the characters, and the characters kind of changed. And they changed in ways that like were kind of, I don't know, reflected the realism of just like what happens. I don't know. Like Michael in the first series, he's the center, he's the anchor, and the joke is he's kind of ethical and everybody else is, off the wall, crooked, or, just like zany, kind of rich, spoiled, they want the checkbook and they want to buy shit. But Michael is like the center, he's the responsible one, he holds it all together. The feel of like the 4th and 5th season was a lot different. It's like Michael kind of had lost his foundation. He wasn't the center of it anymore. Uh, you know, um, George Michael kind of had this, like Michael Cera did in real life. I mean, that's how it felt to me. I mean, Michael Cera got so famous. All those people did, to be honest. I mean, Arrested Development really launched a lot of careers, or at least launched a lot of people into a sphere they would not have. Jason Bateman or Will Arnett, or they wouldn't have had the careers otherwise without that show. And Michael Cera, I mean, he was in Superbad, right? So that movie was just like that changed the industry. And you can feel that in the 4th and 5th season. You feel that George Michael kind of has this, he just doesn't work. Michael Cera, he's not as good, or his character just changes. He becomes like Zuckerberg. He becomes this kind of tech kind of slime ball in a way. Whereas like the early scenes are funny because he's so insecure. George Michael, and that's probably how Michael Cera felt in his real life. He probably felt like he's still this kind of insecure kid when he got on that show, who was very talented and had some experience in the industry. But like, after Superbad and stuff, it's like that guy probably had just gone through such a transformation and got so much validation, and so you kind of feel that in the character. It's just like he doesn't play awkward. He doesn't play kind of scared animal. He's more kind of, confrontational with his dad. He's hooking up with fucking Ron Howard's daughter. I did not like how they wrote Ron Howard into the show. Ron Howard has like a bigger presence in the third and or fourth and fifth season. His like families in the fucking, they're like characters. And like Imagine Entertainment is like a setting. It's kind of meta, I guess. Maybe that's the point. But to be honest, I do think that Mitchell Hurwitz guy is working on a bigger level. Like that, granted, the fourth season in particular, where everybody's like kind of chopped up in their individual episodes, it just so drastically changes what the show is about. I mean, the show is so much about that kind of solar system of the family bouncing off each other and having them in the same room, having them in that kind of like gaudy Louis the 14th pseudo nouveau riche Orange County apartment. Having all those people in the same room, and it's like, once again, the show made them so famous that like they literally couldn't schedule them to film in the same room, so they had to kind of slice it up into these individual chapters or whatever. But it felt, I don't know, it just felt like, and this is a pretentious reference, but I think it's appropriate, is it felt like Glass Family, right? Where it's like you have Franny and Zooey, which are both kind of like novella length, like 80 pages, 120, 40 pages. Then you have Perfect Day for Banana Fish, which is a short story. It's 10 or 20 pages. Then you have Raise High the Rope Beam. You're getting the same characters, but you're getting them through these different sizes, these different narrators. I think, it's the nature of these TV shows when they do reboots and stuff. I think it's nice. Like, that was one thing that I thought, I'm not interested in, like, the Frasier reboot, like, at all. I'm proud to say I haven't seen, or people watching the Frasier reboot. It just seemed like they went back to where they were. It's like, they're just going to make the same fucking show. That's what's so disappointing about all these reboots and remakes. It's like they just make the same, like Star Wars, the sequels. It's like they just remade the first ones. Or even something I watched, even Arrested Development was it Arrested? There was something I watched recently. I was like, this is a fucking remake of the first time. But they kind of change it, and they don't sell it like it's a remake. Oh, it's a sequel, but it's like they did the same fucking thing. It's just they kind of rearranged it. Like with Frasier, it's like it's. I thought they could make it like, Frasier has potential to make it really cinematic and go to a new city. It's like he lived in Boston, he went to Seattle, go to Austin. It makes perfect sense. Put Frasier in Austin, Texas. He's a fucking podcaster now. He's like a tech podcaster. But like I said, I haven't watched the new Frasier, but it seems just like, it's another multi-camera sitcom, 3 acts, whatever, farce or whatever. And then it's like about his son, and I don't know. Who gives a damn? It's like, Niles isn't on it. I thought they were going to take Frasier into the 21st century. Because, the Frasier has been off the air since Arrested Development, where sitcoms have kind of stepped into this cinematic, or television. I mean, just television in general. I thought we were going to get a cinematic Frasier. That's what I think is exciting about the Arrested Development season 4, is like, it felt like manga or anime. How like in Kill Bill, there's like that section that's like the anime section. It's like, but it's the same characters. It's just like, it's a totally different style. It's a totally different genre. I mean, Kill Bill in general, I guess the whole fucking movie is just like a bunch of different genres. It's like, this is a Western, this is a Kung Fu, this is a anime. It's just like a sampler pack, I guess, of genres. But I really thought they were going to take Frasier cinematic. Please like and subscribe if you're out there. Because when you like it, then other people see that and they go, oh, this must be good. 11 people liked it. This must be a good one. Oh, only 4 people like this one. This one's no good. We're not going to watch this one. This one sucks. Didn't get any likes. Must not be any good. There's no likes. I don't know. I just think I have to be true to my self-destructive tendencies. You know, I just have these tendencies. I would love it if 1 million people were watching this fucking live stream right now. But I also I don't know, my aesthetic has to be brutally immediate to really get into the now. And to, this is what we have. We don't have time, I don't have the discipline or the time or the finances really to make this look or sound any better. I'm not making custom thumbnails or accessible titles for the YouTube. The algorithm is supposed to. Where's the AI? The AI is supposed to, scan all my videos and understand what they are, just through like the visual. What is that? The visual information. What's that thing where they do a picture, but it's like visual description. The comedian did call me gay from the stage, which I kind of feel, not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm flattered, frankly. But I'm not gay, okay? I'm here to say publicly. Many of my friends are gay. I'm an ally. I know I seem gay. Comedians just, I don't know. They think everything's gay. They just want to call things gay. And I do have a little bit of a gay voice, particularly when just because I'm a theater kid doesn't mean I'm gay. I don't know. I'm the gayest straight man. I write poetry. I have kind of a theater kid vibe. But, unfortunately, I'm a toxically heterosexual. Ask my ex-girlfriends. Do they think I'm gay? Do my ex-girlfriends think I'm gay? Can we have a poll? Exude me. Exude me. Ashley, do you think I'm gay? Ashley, relax, okay? Relax. There's just people watching. It's fine. See, I tell Ashley I'm gay all the time. She doesn't believe me. If Ashley doesn't think I'm gay, then... But I'm kind of gay presenting, okay? All right. Can we just have... I know Pluto's in Aquarius and Mercury's in retrograde, but Jesus Christ. Can we just have peace? Okay, love you, Ashley. I'm heterosexually in love with Ashley, okay? Okay? Even though I sound like Fred Schneider from the B-52s. Sign says I'm in love with you. I'm not gay, everybody. I got me a Chrysler. I know I sound like Fred Schneider, okay? I'm sorry. I don't know why. I do have kind of a lisp. I don't know why. Am I gay? I don't know. Okay, love you, Ashley. Sign says I got me a Chrysler. Excuse me. Okay, send me more memes, Ashley. I can't wait to listen to the Weezer album. I was just saying, do I have a reasoning? I was just offering empirical evidence in the form of my ex-girlfriends, okay? It can be you. I didn't know you were going to pop up in the goddamn comments as soon as I said that. Is this a simulation? Did I manifest that? I'm negative manifesting. Can I do some goddamn positive manifesting? It just seems like I'm a dramatist of like my own misfortune, my own like almost making it. Poetic justice. That's what we call poetic justice. Foiling yourself in the most romantic, truthful ways. Okay, love you, Ashley. Ashley, can you just state that you don't think I'm gay in the comment section, please? I need an affidavit. Can we get it notarized? I'm like, who was that guy who was married to Liza Minnelli? I don't know. I'm like John Travolta. I'm totally not gay, okay? Well, I mean, Arrested Development is all about characters who are at least, well, that's a big difference, I would say, from the first 3 seasons and season 4 and 5 is the first 3 seasons are completely about the characters' Freudian dilemmas and their sexual confusion, and they're all, Tobias is so deeply closeted, and they all have these deep. That's like where the comedy comes from, is like these deep confusions or repressions or okay, be calm, Ashley. Okay, that's right. Ashley said it in the comments. I'm totally not gay. That's defamation. That's grounds for defamation, okay? I could slap a goddamn lawsuit on you for that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, okay? These are fucking jokes, okay? I'm turning the other cheek and I'm apologizing. I don't know. What did Jesus mean? I looked it up. I typed in I looked at the Reddit. I typed in what did Jesus mean by turning the other cheek? Reddit. So I got a lot of Redditor opinions about oh yeah, that's right. Ann Brewer is gay. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that publicly. Why do I have this drama and turmoil in my life? Okay? I just want peace. I just want to do my stream and read my poetry like Fred Schneider. Okay? I just want a Chrysler. I mean, I'm not gay, I'm Catholic, all right? We're campy. I have a sense of campiness. We watched Hairspray, right? John Waters. Hairspray. The original, not the musical. Not the musical. See, there's proof I'm not gay. We watched not the musical. I mean, John Waters is gay. Does that make me gay that I watch Hairspray? Okay, love you, Ashley. We're just Catholic. We're trad Caths, okay? Ashley loved Hairspray. Okay. I thought the way he used music in Hairspray was amazing. Phenomenal. One of the best. That movie uses music. And it's not a musical. It's way more about the dancing. It's completely about dancing. The whole fucking movie is about the dancing and integration. It's really a brilliant use of history and pop culture. It makes it the meaning of that point in time. It's a crossroads and it's a crucible, and it makes it important. John Waters. Okay, we'll watch more gay John Waters movies. As part of my gay conversion therapy. I'm like Job and Tony Wonder. Is this like Job and Tony Wonder? Ashley has Courtney Love tea. Okay? She's drinking Courtney Love tea. We watched part of Last Days. I love the movie Last Days, the Gus Van Sant, Kurt Cobain. Now that's a music biopic right there. That's fucking cinema. Ashley's got Courtney Love tea. Oh, you're talking about some kind of gossip or something. You don't mean literal tea. You mean like spilling the tea. She has tea about Courtney Love. Okay. Ashley went to National Sawdust and saw Thurston Moore last night. She was on the guest list to spill a little tea, okay? This is a blind item. My live stream is a blind item, okay? We have a blind item involving the host of a open mic at very popular, controversial. He's a deeply closeted. No, I'm just kidding. I just write poetry, okay? Just because I write poetry, people have thought I'm gay my whole life, okay? My parent, my brother, they used to call me gay. Not really. I'm just kidding. Sofia Coppola's fave restaurant where Lou Reed ate before he died. He used to have it delivered. How chic. That sounds very chic, Ashley. So anyway, love you, Ashley. Enjoy your dinner with Courtney Love tea. I can't wait to hear the Courtney Love tea. Does that make me gay? Well, I'm like Job and Tony Wonder. It wasn't that funny, but I kind of like that it wasn't that funny. I like that it was. The thing about TV is it really is a bastard medium, and it's all over the fucking place. It's kind of continually morphing, maybe more than movies. The shape of TV is constantly shifting. Shows are 22 minutes long or 48 minutes long. Now they're season long. Movies have been 90 minutes, 2 hours, pretty much the whole fucking time. The way they produce TV has really changed a lot. They used to shoot a lot of it in studios and kind of obviously live studio audience. They don't do that with a fucking movie, really. But it's like TV has shifted. So I think it's kind of cool that Arrested Development shifted with that as a way to differentiate. I mean, it's interesting to see those same characters behaving kind of individually and kind of in a different mode. I don't know, as an expanded fictional universe, and we kind of live in that scope now, where it's like Star Wars. You're getting all these like backstory type fucking season long shows about Baby Yoda and shit. So it's like, I don't know. I think that's kind of exciting, and I think audiences find that kind of fun. Like drawing anime version of Better Call Saul or whatever. I don't know. Different posters, different fonts, seeing the same characters in different fonts. Jason Bateman said an interesting thing about Mitch Hurwitz. He wouldn't be surprised if he came to him and pitched Arrested Development like 7-Up series. People that Michael Apted had. I've never seen any of those Up movies, but they're supposed to be incredible. They picked these children in Great Britain when they were like 7 years old, and they followed them around, made documentaries about them, and then every 7 years they made another movie. So there's 7-Up, 14-Up, 21-Up, 28-Up, and I think the guy's still doing it. I think they're literally up to like 70 or so. I don't even know. It might even be more than that. But I've never seen them, but they're supposed to be amazing, and it's almost like Boyhood or something, or it's like an extended, now we live in this kind of documenting your whole fucking life, but it's kind of a novel idea. It's a fun, formalistically every 7 years. And I like the idea. Jason Bateman said, well, Mitchell Hurwitz might do that with Arrested Development, do one every 7 years. So we're kind of due. We're due for another Arrested Development. There was one 2003 through 2006, 2013, 2018. It's almost 2025. So Trump is back. The Bluth story has only gotten more. I mean, even Biden is looking kind of like George Bluth at this point. I guarantee you George Bluth would pardon Job. He's giving Job a full pardon. Job's laptop. That would be a great Arrested Development storyline. Job's laptop has got some kind of fucking secrets on it. It's got Tony Wonder's secrets. Job's laptop. He's just like Hunter Biden. He's just this cracked out. I mean, it's an archetype. These rich people's kids, senator's kid, you've got diplomatic immunity. So I was reading this article. It was in the New York Times about this woman who slept with Hunter Biden. She was in love with Hunter Biden. And she just sounds like she was an influencer. She had this like online business, weed slut, where she sold like weed pins or something. But she's from she's brat. She's totally brat. She's totally like I'm sure she was listening to Brad. She sounds kind of cool. She went to RISD. Of course, she's gonna fall for the senator's son who smokes crack. Like that's like a wounded, sick animal, weird, sick animal. I don't know. It's the ultimate like I can fix him scenario. But he's also like super powerful and confident. It's like he's just ordering take my Porsche. She's staying at his place in like where was it? Someplace in Midtown. Here, take my Porsche. She had to go out and get, fucking clothes or food or something. Here, just take my Porsche. Take my laptop. So yeah, Hunter's laptop, very Arrested Development coded. He pardoned his boy. I mean, he's gonna die anyway. What the fuck does he care? Apparently, Hunter Biden hooked up with his dead brother's widow. Do people know about this? I mean, Jesus Christ. That is like some extremely game shit. Like, that is just crazy. Like, that guy's a natural. He's what we call a natural. I don't know. Some men, I guess, are just, women have this like animal kind of like response to Hunter Biden. There's something about him that just like is deeply, I guess because he's tall, dark, handsome. He looks like fucking Chris Cuomo to me. He looks like fucking Bobby Cannavale. Bobby Cannavale in the Hunter Biden story. Or I don't know. Who the fuck would they get to play Hunter Biden? Walter Goggins? Who would you cast as Hunter? But women are, I don't know, they're fascinated by Hunter. I don't know why. And his laptop. And the fact that he smokes crack. He's addicted to crack. She said he smoked crack every 20 minutes. But it just made him normal, is what she said. It just made him like who he was naturally. It's like, I understand, okay? I get it. I get it. Believe me, I get it. I get it. I'm on my laptop right now, okay? Smoking my green crack. I need to hit my crack pipe real fast. Do you mind? We're staying at the Chateau Marmont together. So it just seemed like she went to RISD. She was an influencer. She's like Julia Fox or something. This is just like a side quest in this woman's life. It's just an adventure. How chic, sleeping with the president's son, who's the ultimate like toxic fuckboy from. Like none of Trump's kids have that game. I don't know what Trump did to his boys. Like Donald Jr. does not have that game. There's no RISD educated influencer weed sluts. They all just have Mar-a-Lago face. It's all Kimberly Guilfoyle and these fucking demonic people with jaw implants and multiple facelifts and fillers, fake tans. They got Mar-a-Lago face. I mean, Hunter Biden is a natural. None of Trump's kids have that game. I guarantee you, Trump, he wouldn't want that. He wants his daughter to be his little weird. That's like an Arrested Development storyline. How is there not an incest? Well, there's Mother Boy. Trump is like Mother Boy inverted. He's father daughter. He's father girl. That's the convention Trump was at. He's at the Miss Universe pageant. It just wouldn't be funny. It wouldn't be funny if George Sr. was in love with Lindsay. That would just be gross. And it is gross. It is fucking gross when Trump does it. It's disgusting. It's absolutely fucking gross as hell. But whatever. Mother boy. Mother boy forever. Fred Schneider would be at Motherboy. What else? Hunter's laptop. I don't know. He's got a full pardon. Well, so I don't know. The gloves are off. Biden's capable of anything. He's in his lame dunk. Fuck it. He's in his doom spiral. His doom spending. Fuck it spending. Biden is fuck it spending. What has he got to lose? He'll be dead within 3 years. Oh, God, Biden, what did we do? Why didn't we keep Biden? We're going to be so fucked. Thing is, the economy is just starting to turn around. And Trump is about to blue the fuck out of it. He's about to banana stand the fuck out of our economy. We're about to buy fake block. I like that they made Michael Cera like a .com. That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense that his character would be like really good at like tech type things and programming, and that he would be one of those. He's like the social network. It's the anti-social network, right? Fake block. But George Maharis. Which, who the fuck was actually George Maharis? There was some goddamn thing we were watching the other day that George Maharis was in. Let me look it up right now. Because I thought George Maharis was George Michael's. There's been weird, like, synchronicities recently. Like, we were watching some movie that George Maharis was in. Oh, he's in, is he in fucking Cabaret? Oh, Route 66? Was it? I think it was Route 66. We just put on this fucking show, Route 60, because it's on Tubi. And Route 66 is like, it's supposedly sort of basically like a TV version of On the Road. That's how I kind of heard it. George Maharis was arrested in 1967 on charges of lewd conduct and on charges of sex perversion for using men's bathrooms as venues to cruise for sex. So I guess George Michael's real name being George Maharis is just another joke about how he's secretly gay. It's just another gay joke. To be honest, the first 3 seasons of Arrested Development are like 60% gay joke. Like almost every joke is some kind of entendre about Tobias doesn't know he's gay. The man inside me. So, I mean, Arrested Development, it's like, I didn't really watch it. I didn't think that there was anything that I was like, oh, this is offensive. And like, there were things you probably couldn't do now, but it's not because they were like unethical, I don't think. Like the Franklin puppet, right? You probably couldn't do Franklin puppet now. You probably couldn't do It's Not Easy Being White. But I don't know. Maybe that shit's funnier than ever. The thing is, Arrested Development really like walked the line. It never like stepped over the line to the point that it was like mean or you know, I guess things that haven't aged well. I don't know. It's more like stuff that's the joke is on those people or something. You know, it's like Arrested Development. It seems like it embraces queer culture, to be honest. I mean, it does it in a way that's like not what, you know, it's not like necessarily using the modern trappings that like wokeness does with like the kind of oversensitivity, but like I would say there's a lot of queer characters on that show, and a lot of the humor kind of derives from that, or even like, you know, the hot cops who are constantly showing up in different outfits and shit. You know, I wouldn't really say that's like a homophobic joke or anything. I mean, maybe it's using them as sort of like a two-dimensional character. I don't know. You know, that was before Proposition 8 even, I think. Or it was around the time of Proposition 8, which I think Kamala signed, by the way. I'm pretty sure she was like the AG or something when that happened. But, you know, you can tell that it's like a progressive show for the era. And I think to some degree, like, not that it's my place to say or anything, but like having a sense of humor about those things is it's only going to be beneficial. I think that's one of the problems is like wokeness feels like it doesn't have a sense of humor, or it's a what is this? It's not. I don't know what is the sense of humor of. It's kind of uptight. It's picky. It's kind of militarized against. It's policing. It's like it could afford to have a little bit of a sense of humor about stuff like that. And I think Arrested Development, it's all in good fun. It's not mean spirited. It's embracing those things. It's embracing Never Nudes. It's representation for Never Nudes, I would say. It's I don't think it's like pointing at those people and being like, look at these freaky fucking. It's saying like that's kind of hot and sexy, actually. That's why everybody started wearing jorts. I'm convinced of it. I'm convinced that's why everybody. Arrested Development said a lot of hipster fashion and just hipster kind of the Buster character, Baby Buster. I don't know. He's just so lovable. And he's got, I don't know, he does have kind of the Arrested Development, right? Of like this spoiled grad student kid. Hairspray. Have you seen the original Hairspray with John Waters, Divine? It's got Jerry Stiller. It's kind of got a Mad Magazine thing, which I loved. It's got this kind of zany. I haven't seen any of the pre-Hairspray John Waters movies, but apparently they're more kind of avant-garde and less. That movie is very impressive, like from a storytelling point of view. Just he makes a very strong, coherent, unified kind of push through the whole movie. And I would say that not to go overboard with the terminology, but like I would say you could classify Hairspray as like a woke movie, definitely. It's very progressive, I would say, for the era. It was made during Reagan era. And that's what it's about. It's about civil rights and how the music united people. Sonny Bono and Debbie Harry, they're like the MAGA people. He's the right-wing Republican senator. He doesn't want integration. He doesn't want. And then Sweet Bird of Youth, Tennessee Williams has a similar plot line where it's like there's kind of this MAGA, Ed Begley Jr.'s dad, Stu Sitwell's dad. Stu Sitwell from Arrested Development, Hollywood royalty. The Sitwells are kind of a foil to the Bluths. And then Ron Howard's family is kind of a foil to that. They have Rance Howard. They're these kind of like dynasty, kind of family names. The Trumps, the Bluths, the Bushes, the Howards, the Sitwells, Sally Sitwell. What's going on? Yeah, so I do want to get into Sweet Bird of Youth. It's a Tennessee Williams play I'd never read or seen. I've never really read or seen Cat on a Hot Tin Roof either. I think it's kind of like maybe other than Night of the Iguana. Night of the Iguana might be the last Tennessee Williams play that was like a big kind of Broadway Hollywood movie success. After that, he kind of went into these kind of weirder things, which are interesting. But Sweet Bird of Youth, I mean, he kind of has this series of plays that were kind of these star making with these young kind of stud. I mean, he was a gay man. So he would write these characters like Valentine Xavier, Stanley Kowalski, Tom Wingfield, kind of like that in a certain way. Young parts for male actors. Marlon, a lot of male actors made their kind of careers in these parts. Paul Newman is in Sweet Bird of Youth. He's in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Montgomery Clift, Brando, of course. And it's just, I don't know. It's like, it's weird to me because a lot of like the avant-garde poetry people kind of point to Tennessee Williams. So I was kind of curious about that as well. Like in that Sun and Moon Press, that guy Charles, he has some reviews of some Tennessee Williams plays, and then Charles Bernstein also mentioned some shit about some Tennessee Williams plays. It's like I wouldn't necessarily expect those people to pay, or even Ted Berrigan had some thing where it's like, I think Tennessee Williams died like a year or two before Ted Berrigan. He died, I think he died on the 4th of July as well. Tennessee Williams choked to death on a bottle cap, one of his medication bottles. I guess he was taking it off and he choked on it. That's how Tennessee Williams died, almost like a Tennessee Williams character. I think on 4th of July, 1982 or something. I could be wrong about that, but Ted Berrigan had this thing about a great writer has died, a great American poet has died. And Tennessee Williams started, right, as a poet. He lived in New York and was kind of part of the 40s bohemian thing with James Baldwin and Judith Malina and fucking Harold Norris and all those kind of like beat kind of figures. He was around and he wrote poetry, and then he kind of pivoted to being more of a dramatist. But maybe that spirit comes through everything. Maybe he was more fully realized, I don't know, as a writer, as a dramatist. But he's got this memorable dialogue and classic. And Sweet Bird of Youth, I mean, it's very relevant to this moment right now because there's this whole storyline about this kind of right-wing politician in the South who wants to keep kind of segregation and this and that. Rip Torn is in it. Rip Torn is in a lot, and Geraldine Page. They're in a lot of Tennessee Williams stuff from that era. They kind of have a good, a nice career of doing Tennessee Williams plays and throughout. That's the thing about those great dramatists, is like you can kind of play a bunch of different roles from their plays and have this kind of relationship to their writing style. Like Shakespeare, of course, or Chekhov, or fucking, there's different plays that you could do, different parts you could do, and have relationships to the to the body of work. But I was reading the description. I was like, it's all about this guy who is like kind of a failed, he's kind of failed in New York, failed in LA. He wanted to be a movie star, but he's kind of getting older and he's losing his power, right? That's the Paul Newman role. Chance Wayne, I think is his name. Tennessee Williams got these great character names. Chance Wayne. And so I'm reading this description. I'm like, oh, this sounds like my life right now. Maybe I should play this part. I need to get in a production of Sweet Bird of Youth immediately. And so I'm like, okay, well, let's put this on, because it's been something running thing is watching these kind of theater movies, plays as film. That's one of my favorite genres. And so this is, it's kind of, I haven't seen Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, but they seem like they're kind of, it's the same director. It's Paul Newman. And so they're kind of similar projects or something. And it was kind of a Hollywood sanitized. You could even feel that. It was a little bit of a cleaned up version for a movie audience. At the end of the movie, So I mean, Paul Newman's character is this kind of he failed as a movie star, so he's like a gigolo. He's like this really good looking guy, so he uses that power to like sleep with old women, kind of like Midnight Cowboy or something, you know. And so that and he's trying to kind of like he's latched onto this one woman who's a kind of an older movie star who's kind of fading herself. You know, these Tennessee Williams characters are always like desperate. They're kind of past their prime or they missed their prime. And he goes back to his hometown with this lady to kind of I don't know, just a I don't know why he goes back. I wasn't paying that close of attention. But anyways, he's back in his hometown in Florida. So the whole thing is like they're drilling oil. It's the coast of Florida. So it's like it's the South, but they're this grand family with Ed Begley and Rip Torn. They've got like this oil money, and they're kind of like the politicians, and they just kind of run shit. And Paul Newman is this kind of just like drifter. He never really made it, gigolo, but he wants to be a movie star. So he's kind of latched onto this lady who's supposed to like sign him to be a part of some fucking movie or something. But he's like, I don't know. She's like getting high. They're smoking hashish. There's a scene where he like unrolls all this hashish and rolls a joint. So I'm like, oh my God. I mean, it was the 60s, the beginning of the 60s. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, I got to play this character. Got to do an adaptation of Sweet Bird of Youth. It's a great title. But that was always my interest in theater, was finding characters that kind of intersected and collided with what you were actually going through in your life. And so it was sort of an autobiography. Any part that you would play would be like, okay, this is a way of sort of like expressing or doing a study of what I'm going through, dealing with it, portraying it, working through it, maybe defeating it. Make yourself a star by playing I mean, Paul Newman wasn't a failure, I think Marlon Brando wanted to play it, but, the studio wouldn't have him or something. By that time, he was just box office poison. Um, I'm trying to like watch some more Paul Newman stuff to just kind of see what his particular, because he went to OU, he went to Kenyon College, so he's like an Ohio guy. So I'm trying to like see if I can relate to that at all. I mean, Color of Money, one of the all-time great movies, The Hustler, all-time great. So I'm trying to watch more and just kind of see his version of the Tennessee Williams, see how he plays into it. There was definitely kind of a heaviness to it that felt very real. He's a little bit too in command or something. I don't know. He's kind of like too in control. He's too smooth. But he's great. I mean, he's great. You can't go wrong with fucking Paul Newman. I mean, Jesus Christ. So the end of the play, they're like ripped. They're in the South. They're in the fucking like deep South. And they're these MAGA, like, there's stuff about the KKK, how they're going to dress up like the KKK and shit. So it's like, it's clearly like Tennessee Williams writing about civil rights. I mean, it came out around that time in the South and all that. This is his way of kind of talking about that. And so they beat the shit out of this Chance Wayne character. This is a spoiler alert, okay, everybody. This is a spoiler alert for Sweet Bird of Youth. Watch it. It's a good one because it moves fast and it's Geraldine Page is great. And they got him up against a car hood, and they're like talking about, we're gonna take your power away. Like you think you're so fucking pretty and this and that. And in the movie, Rip Torn takes his cane and smashes Paul Newman in the face, right? The idea being he's like destroying his beauty. But even as they're doing it, I'm like, that's not what happened in the play. I could just tell. You're just like, that's not what they did in the play. That's not what those characters would do. in the deep South. They were about to hook him to the fucking bumper. That's what they do down there. They lynch people. It's like, it's very, very dark, and like the theater, that's the thing about theater. And like, for your play, like, to really be a tragedy or attain like the depths of what life is truly capable of, to be honest, that's what makes it poetry, right? Is that it goes to like the limit. And so, the movie kind of curbed it and sanitized it because it's Hollywood, but you could tell that those characters were going to cut his dick off because that's his power, right? Is he's this gigolo, and it's like he seduces these women or whatever. So it's like, that's what they're going to do. It's kind of explicit. It's like, we're going to take away his power. They're bad people. These KKK people, they would lynch people. They would do horrific things. That is the truth. And so the play kind of has to go there. That's what makes it what it is. That's what makes it important, is that it says, Jesus Christ, isn't this, how do we deal with this? We can't look away from this. And so the movie sanitized it, and it castrated it, frankly. It cut the balls off. It Bowdlerized it. It was a Bowdlerization. Let's just say that. That's the word of the day for everybody. Let's all look up Bowdlerization together. Bowdlerized. Having had material considered improper, offensive, removed. Omitting or modifying parts considered vulgar. Bowdlerizing, okay? That's what I refuse to do, okay? I refuse to Bowdlerize, okay? I will not Bowdlerize myself. You should not Bowdlerize yourselves unless you're a stand-up comedian. Then you should think about Bowdlerizing. You should do a little Bowdlerizing. Honestly, if you're a stand-up comedian, you might want to consider a little bit of Bowdlerizing. Just a little Bowdlerizing. It wouldn't hurt. Just like a bris of Bowdlerizing. That's like a stand-up comedian joke. They love bris jokes and all that jazz. Okay, speaking of all that jazz, we watched Cabaret, directed by Bob Fosse, because we're living it. So I just felt it's about time. They're doing it on Broadway with Moana. Moana, the #1 movie in the country. The star is on Broadway in Cabaret at Studio 54, replacing, I don't even know who was the original Sally Bowles. It was Eddie Redmayne. Who was the Sally Bowles? I don't know. But anyway, they got Moana, the #1 movie in the country. It made a shitload of money. Apparently, it was the biggest Thanksgiving Day ever, like Hollywood box office wise. I'm wondering what that is. Like, is that people doom spending before Trump? People are just trying to live it up before, or I don't know. Are they emboldened by the economy, or I don't know. I guess people are just like fully done with COVID and wanting to be out or something. Why was it the biggest? There was Moana. What else was there? I don't know. There was just a few big movies. Let me look up. Let's see. Moana, 414 million. Wicked and Gladiator 2. That's right, the fucking Wicked movie. That's what it was. Moana and Wicked. So I don't know. It's a big weekend for theater kids. It's a big weekend for closeted gay Republicans all over the country. Or I don't know, Queens. You do you. It's great. It's beautiful. It's a flourishing. People are singing. People's hearts are singing all across this great land. The songs of Defying Gravity. I've been listening to it. I played it. I DJ'd it. It was in my DJ rotation this week. I played Defying Gravity. Okay. I mean, it's really an unbelievable. It's almost like a new human. Like when you listen to Defying Gravity, you're just like, human beings could not even make this music like 50 or 100 years ago. It's so fucking, it's like a drone or something melodically. It's just so like acrobatic. And I mean, Adina Menzel, you got to hand it to. And, who is it in the, I'm not into the Ariana Grande, but whatever. People seem to be clamoring to see this fucking movie. It seems like a bastardization. It looks, I mean, Ariana Grande is looking way too thin and like plastic surgeryed up. Apparently, she's been cheating on her boyfriend with Jim Carrey. She has a thing for funny men. She hooked up with Jimmy Fallon, and we're spilling the tea. This is a blind item from Crazy Days and Nights. It's a blind item. Scenes from a Life blind item. A recent witchy pop singer-songwriter. We watched part of The Drop. We started to watch The Drop. I'm not a huge Tom Hardy guy, to be honest. I really haven't seen a Tom Hardy movie. So we only got a couple minutes into The Drop. But we will watch it. The thing about the movies, it has to be like divined. You have to like get the exact right movie because it teaches you about reality. Like, so we wanted to watch Cabaret. We watched Cabaret and Sweet Bird of Youth and Arrested Development to teach us about Trump getting older, Weimar America, money gone berserk, rich people being irresponsible, and us having to suffer the consequences, the poor masses. We're accelerationists, okay? The revolution is coming. The people's revolution, okay? When the people take over, we get rid of these billionaires. Okay, I do want to say this about billionaires. The thing is, the reason why we have to tax billionaires is so they don't get this powerful, right? Because there's only so much money, right? In the pool of money, in the pool of wealth, we all have like a percentage. We have like nothing. We have a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of nothing. But like Elon Musk has a percentage of all the fucking money. And so like that's control. Right? He can buy buildings, he can buy Twitter, he can throw $130 million into the presidential campaign like it's nothing. It literally is nothing to him to buy the whole. I think he's discovering this. We're seeing this in real time. He's starting to. There was some other election. He's starting to get involved in like British politics or something. Was it France or Britain? It's like, I think he's starting to realize, you know what? I could control all of this stuff. I could probably buy every fucking country for 100. If he could buy the United States for $130 million. But it's like, it's because he's got so much fucking money. He can lose $56 billion in one day, and it's like, oh, it doesn't even affect him. It's like, Jesus Christ. That's like, if I had one fraction of 1% of that much money, I could live the rest of my life and do great things for humanity. A lot of us could. But because rich people are going to pay less taxes, they're going to give more tax cuts to billionaires. They're going to have a bigger piece of the pie. They're going to have a bigger percentage. They're going to have more control. We're going to have less control. They can buy Twitter and just kill that, fruitful, edifying part of our lives forever. And just kill all of that community. Everybody's going to this blue sky or whatever. It's not going to work. It's like Truth Social for libtards. It's like it'll be what it is, but the point is to just fragment the communities and give them all the power. Give this huge top-heavy billionaire fucking class all the goddamn power. Let them have all their, polygamist baby mamas on their compound in Austin, Texas, or whatever. But I digress. So we need to tax the billionaires. It's just to sort of like rein it in and get that money used for something. It's not being used. It's like it should be irrigating our fucking lives and making things grow, making things healthier, making things thrive. Like and subscribe if you haven't liked yet. It's just if you like it, then more people will like it and they'll see it and they'll think that it's good. People have to see that other people liked it and then they're like, okay, I like this, I'll watch it. But if there's less likes, then anyway, Cabaret. Bob Fosse wasn't gay either, by the way. He was a predator, I guess. I don't know. I don't know anything about Bob Fosse. But now I kind of like if you grew up in the 60s and 70s, I get why this like Fosse Verdon like lore is like they made a whole fucking show about it. It's like he directed goddamn Cabaret, he directed all that jazz. I haven't watched yet, but Kubrick apparently said it was the best movie he'd ever seen. When Kubrick watched all that jazz, he said it was the greatest movie he'd ever seen. And even watching the first couple minutes of it's pretty incredible. I do like musical theater. I think America does. That's what's weird, right? Is it's like it's crazy how popular fucking musical theater is. I guess it's opera or it's just like poetry kind of like with the emotions made visible. The music kind of enforces and carries you emotionally and fills out. But it's meter. I mean, Cats literally is fucking T.S. Eliot. Cats, they literally took a T.S. Eliot book and put it to music. They didn't really change any of it, actually. Book of Practical Cats or whatever that book is. Sondheim, right? Obviously finishing the Hat and all that shit. And being in New York, but even I mean, it just seems like America loves goddamn musical theater in a really kind of unexpected way or something. I don't know. America, what is it? Why do we love this kind of soaring vocal gymnastic American Idol? Maybe that's just human spirit. I guess it's our way of like flying. It's the closest we can get to defying gravity. It's watching the Wicked movie, part 1, on our fat asses. The Megaplex. Eating buttered popcorn and drinking giant colas. Jujubes. I mean, there's certain foods you wouldn't eat anywhere but a movie theater, actually. That's like the ritualistic. It's the sacristy. They've ritualized. You got to have a body of Christ. They've got junior mints. Where are you going to eat a junior mint anywhere but a theater? That's why the Seinfeld thing is so inspired because it's an operating theater. It's a rhyme. It's a spectator experience, but it's kind of a funny version of that, right? They're going to watch this guy's surgery, so he takes junior mints. Because that's what you get like when you're going to see fucking Death Blow or Rochelle, a young woman's erotic journey from Milan to Minsk. But we will watch The Drop. I mean, I got to watch Gandolfini. Drea De Matteo's a Trumper. She's been kind of blacklisted in a way. Adriana Lacerva is a Trumper, everybody. Hot babes for Trump. Hot FBI informants for Trump. Christopher. So they should have her at the fucking rally. I mean, Jesus Christ. Or on Fox News or whatever. I suppose they probably already did, but yeah, Cabaret. Cabaret is like, I guess there was kind of a slew of movies in the 70s that kind of portrayed gay characters. The Michael York character is based on Christopher Isherwood. And all right, Dave Malinsky in the house. What's up, my man? Thank you for watching. Have you been streaming? I watched your stream at downtown at the Francis Tavern. Amazing. People got to watch Dave Malinsky's live streams. Very educational. Way more educational than this. My live streams are just completely hypothesis. They're all just pontificating. There's no hard data. There's no hard information, really. It's all speculation, just like Wall Street. Just like all of the value in our society. You try to stream on your laptop, it didn't work. Yeah, it can be finicky. I mean, I am on my laptop right now. I have a MacBook Pro from 2012 with a photo booth like cam built in, and YouTube will like seamlessly just kind of integrate with the webcam. And so I'm using the mic that's just like on the fucking laptop right here, I guess. And I typically use my phone, but my battery on my laptop, I could just continue to do this forever, which I plan to. I'm gonna try to just do a marathon here. But yeah, you might want to try. There's a program called OBS which people use, but even I mean, on my YouTube studio, which I'm looking at right now, I've got a few different options. I've got I think there's one that says webcam and one that says streaming. And so, yeah, OBS. I don't know. To be honest, the phone is just the easiest way to do it because just like you can just fucking press the plus button and go live, basically. But it's something that you should look into, I think. If you enjoy doing it, I thought you had good interaction with your audience and like you actually have like a wealth of information where like people in your comments could ask you questions and you can actually answer them. Like I was learning a lot about the American Revolution and the Glorious Revolution. You mentioned that. I looked that up. I'd never heard of that before. Mostly because I didn't really pay attention in school, but you should definitely continue to do it. Yeah, I think you can hone in and focus it as much as you want. Like you probably would benefit from like even getting like an external mic and a ring light and all that stuff, like whatever the kind of typical streaming setup, because I do think that like normal people are really going to key into what you're doing because there's tons of value, right? One of the frustrating things I think about podcasts or streaming is like I looked all over for podcasts that I was going to learn shit from. And to be honest, it's just like they were hard to find. I'd listen to Radio Lab or fucking How Did It Work or whatever that podcast was, or How It Works, or there was a little while I was watching this podcast about the Roman Empire, but it's a niche that I think particularly when you're interacting with the audience, like you actually have a lot that you can give them and stuff. And I guess podcast, it's like a more constructed thing. All right. Mike Duncan's History of Roman Revolutions, Age of Napoleon. That sounds good. The Glorious Revolution. Yeah, why don't they cover the Glorious Revolution, do you think? It seemed like what? It's sort of a precursor, or it seemed like something that's sort of probably the United States and France and whatnot studied when they were building their governments. That's kind of what it sounded like from the Wikipedia article that I briefly looked at. First of all, it's just a great name. I mean, the Glorious Revolution is such a great name. That would be like an amazing chapbook name. The Glorious Revolution, or even like a band. That would be a good band name. But it was like, right, it was kind of like, I mean, I'm talking out of my ass here. I don't really remember what I read, but maybe we should, maybe let me look up the Wikipedia article real fast to just read a series of events: the overthrow of King James II and the ascension of his Protestant daughter Mary and her Dutch husband William of Orange. All right, they sound like hippies, kind of. William of Orange. Yeah, okay. Oh boy. The revolution confirmed the primacy of the parliament over the crown in both England and Scotland. Like that seemed like kind of a precursor to uh, democracy of sorts, I guess. And it was a revolution. So was it violent or how did that work? Did they kill everybody? We really should do a. They're very much not hippies. Okay. Yeah. See, that shows you what I know. King James is the reason New York is called New York. Yeah. Even Mike Duncan doesn't cover it. That's crazy. Wow. The Glorious Revolution, everybody. Get turned on to the Glorious Revolution. I urge you to go and read the Wikipedia article right now. Okay. So they invaded. There was an invasion. Crossing and landing. These are the broad strokes, everybody. The revolutionary settlement. Oh God. It's extensive. This is very who knew? Who knew all this was happening? I'll be goddamned. They probably talked about it in school. I don't know. I was kind of I had a great history teacher, Mr. Heminger. I'm sure he talked about it. I really didn't pay I mean Mr. Heminger was our golf coach all 4 years and the bowling coach. And he was the world history teacher. I had 3 classes with him. I had geography, sociology, and world history. And I rode around the golf van with him. He was a good man. He was just a good man. He really knew his shit. His class was like fucking storytelling. It was just a master class. The way that he laid out every year on the golf team, he'd give us this fucking packet of statistics of like our fucking statistics from like the whole goddamn season. And like every year of it was high school. Every year, like through our whole career on the golf team. This was before Excel and shit like that, really. So this was like, he somehow figured out how to fucking do this in the maybe he was well, okay, the sociology class was actually pretty interesting because it was an elective. I wanted to do something like writing or there wasn't a creative. Yeah, we should do a stage talk show. I like it. I like this idea. I wanted to do like an artistic writing class, but they didn't really have that. I didn't get into journalism because I was too young. I didn't get into computer class because I was just too late. So I took sociology. I don't even know why. And it was like I was the only freshman in the whole class, and it was all like really hip, older upperclassmen. And I just felt so goddamn socially awkward. Everybody, Eric Kuipers, Bryn Mandel, you don't know these people, but they're famous to me in high school. Katie Arnold's brother, Kevin Arnold, was in it. Believe it or not, his name, I think, was actually Kevin Arnold, just like the Wonder Years. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm conflating the two, but I'm pretty sure his name was actually Kevin Arnold. Please like and subscribe. Memory laning here. Sociology. And sociology was just like, it wasn't that cool, but there was a few kind of elective. I took a photography class, which taught me everything I know that I use even to this day in my fucking job. Like literally everything I know about videography, I learned in this goddamn photography class with Mr. Bibler, who was also a golf coach. He was the JV golf coach. I mean, we drove these people fucking crazy. We drove Mr. Heminger to the point we broke Mr. Heminger. We pushed him like over the edge. Because we were just such little fuck ups. I don't know. We were really, I kind of underperformed. There was a lot of expectation. Mr. Heminger pulled me aside because the first year of golf team, they put me on varsity because they thought I was going to be like this great, because my brother Jack was on the team and he was like this great golfer. So they put me on the team thinking, oh my God, your brother's amazing. So you're going to be like, you're going to step right in. And I was just like tremendous disappointment. I was a huge letdown. I was terrible. So they yanked me immediately. And they put me on JV. I didn't even want to play at all. I hated it. I hated doing it. It was miserable. There was no, after school, I was already at school for 7 hours. Now I got to go onto a fucking golf course. There's no girls anywhere. I can't play video games or watch Comedy Central. Interesting. YouTube is for exposure. More professional forms are for the money. Well, somebody was telling me about a streaming app. You can stream to all of them at the same time. I'm too lazy to figure that out. But theoretically, I could be on Twitch and all this other shit right now with just different, audiences or whatever. But, so yeah, Mr. Heminger one day, they put me back on varsity. They try me out, to see if I was, what the fuck? Okay. One day, Mr. Heminger takes me aside on Champions Golf Course. And he gave me like this pep talk, like it was fucking a movie or something. It was like a locker room speech or something. It was like a heart to heart. And it really just did not work at all. He was like, you kind of been in I forget the words he used. I don't know if he used the word disappointment or if he used the word letdown, but that was the effect. It was like right before the first tee, he takes me aside and he's like, you kind of been let us down this year. And like, we expected more from you and all this kind of shit. And, to be honest, I just didn't want to do it. And golf requires a lot of fucking something. I'm not sure what. I really don't know what. Trump apparently is good at golf. So how hard can it be? All you have to do is cheat. Fuck, I dropped my joint. I think it went into my... Oh, here it is. Just the whole classism of it. I just couldn't deal with that. I couldn't deal with the fact that golf was like this rich people sport. And really, we were like peasants, actually. The way that the other golfers treated us, the class structure is just like very evident in golf. I mean, it's one of the last places where there's like caddies and shit. Me and my brother, one year, we tried to be caddies at Scioto Country Club, which is this hoity-toity golf course in Columbus, Ohio, which has a lot of hoity-toity golf courses. Per capita, Columbus, Ohio is like a shitload of country clubs and like that culture. Scioto Country Club was started by George Bush's grandfather, Prescott Bush, who was racist. That's why they started it. They started it because they wanted to keep black people, in their place, which was carrying the fucking clubs. I mean, Upper Arlington, which was a neighborhood that George Bush's grandfather started, was literally started because of segregation. They did not want black people living in their neighborhood. And they wouldn't sell houses to black people. They wouldn't do it. And so I just liked golf. When I was 12 years old, I liked playing golf. I wasn't aware of all of that, Then, so I wanted to play Scioto Country Club. The only way that I thought I could, suburbs are the plantations of people. I love it. I love it. Yeah, we're still living there. I liked it when I was a kid. There's a municipal side of it like the Caddyshack side of things. You know, golf it has this kind of spiritual dimension, and it's pastoral, and it's mental, it's contemplative, and all this. But like, there's a lot of wastes, and there's just a lot of racism and classism inherent in it and shit. Yeah, no. Kind of golf is Zen. Yeah, exactly. The Legend of Bagger Vance. But it's for rich people, and it's for rich white guys and shit. You know, like, and it's very. I mean, it's historically been very segregated. Even after, the Masters, like Condoleezza Rice was the first woman member of Augusta. You know, women were not even allowed to be members of Augusta until they did Iraq in 9/11. Then they could join Augusta, which actually was a fucking plantation. I'm pretty sure historically. It literally was a goddamn plantation. But, you know, as a sport, apparently, okay, I just read this. All of the small businesses, and I've seen this, and I've talked about this on my live stream for fucking years, but no one has listened. Is all of these fucking small businesses in Manhattan are being replaced by golf simulators. Because Manhattan is overrun by right-wing MAGA fucking people who want to play golf. You know, it's finance bros who want to go to Winged Foot or Shinnecock Hills. And so now they have these fucking golf simulators everywhere. So we're surrounded by golf whitey. Manhattan has been taken over by Judge Schmales and the country club racists, basically, historically speaking. You know, maybe they're not overtly racist anymore, but the golf simulation, the golf simulators. You want to make money in this day and age, start a golf simulator. Maybe we should do some golf simulating at open mic. Maybe that'll be my next business. I'll start a golf simulator. I mean, to be honest, it's just weird. Maybe I am some kind of secret finance bro. And in the same way, okay, like this is one of the brilliant things about Arrested Development. George Bluth has Oscar, right? It's kind of his shadow self. George is the capitalist. He's the CEO. He's the Trump. He's the Biden. He's the Bush. He's the corrupt. He's in jail. Oscar is the hippie. Oscar smokes weed. He's got long hair. He does shrooms. He's kind of gay seeming. He loves fucking, you should be able to yell and scream at golfers like they do in other sports. I support it. I like it. But they're kind of mirror images. They're literally twins, right? So it's like one could have become the other. It's like your destiny is kind of the same or something. Is my sound off? Is my sound off? Tell me my sound's off. Okay. All right, cool. I'll sign you up for next week. And so it's like, I don't know. Sound and golf. Yeah. Yeah, golf is kind of famously quiet. That's part of the like monistic, I don't know, contemplative. You need your concentration. You know, like Tiger always gets super goddamn pissed. Somebody clicks a camera in Tiger's backswing. He like goes off on people. But it's like, okay, that's golf. Yeah, so anyway, Heminger pulled me aside one day and gave me this pep talk about how I wasn't good at golf. But that was kind of like my rebellion in a way. It was just like I was being forced to do this. And it was a pure thing that I liked to do with like my family, my brother and my dad. We would always go play golf, and like a cheap ass, we go to Wilson Road Golf Course or like Gahanna Golf Course, my all-time favorite golf course. Maybe I'll do my top 5 golf courses. Signal Hill, one of the greatest golf courses in the world. Signal Hill Golf Course in Panama City Beach, Florida. That was the closest to oceanfront golf I ever got. I've never played Pebble Beach. I've never played anywhere good. But when I was naive and young, I wanted to be a caddy at Scioto because I thought I'd get to play the golf course. But, yeah, exactly. I just wanted to feel human.
It was a protest. It was Bartleby. Bartleby on the links. I would prefer not to. But the thing is, that's still my attitude. I'm still bad at everything. I'm still a bad golfer. I'm still a double bogey poet. I'm a double bogey, entertainer. I'm a double bogey live streamer. And I have no self discipline. There was one day, my high school golf career, where I really centered. And I don't know what it is, but a double bogey is 2 over par. So, like, a double bogey means you get 2 over par on every. To be honest, I'm like more of like a bogey golfer. I'm like probably like an 18 handicap, which is not good at all. It's really not good. But to me, it was like I always wanted to break 90, which I could never do. I would either shoot over 90 or under 80. I think my senior year, there was one, it was a huge golf tournament. All these fucking teams were there. It was like some invitational or something. I shot 78. I just locked in and everything came together. And I was just in the zone, as they say in sports. Some of us not so familiar with sports. I never played, I played baseball, but I never played any contact sports or like, I'm not a huge, you may have guessed. I like sports like any red-blooded guy from Ohio who's subjected to sports my whole fucking life because that's what everybody cares about in this country. I'm more of a theater kid. Okay? But golf, I don't know. It's just too hard. There's just too many fucking things to do. There's too many ways it can go wrong. And to be honest, I'm just not a big enough person to like be physically, what am I going to be? What could I could not do any sport professionally. So to be honest, they're fun to play occasionally. I like going to the putting green or whatever. I like playing golf about once a year or a few times a year. It's okay. But, it's just so desolate and lonely and, it who plays golf with the trains. Um, Maybe as an adult, I'd enjoy it more. Maybe now that I smoke weed. Manhattan is a gun range. I think I did know that. That doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, I was out in Queens when I went to that fucking. I had that feature in. God, I don't even remember the name of it. It's Near's Tavern. Whatever. Is that Jackson Heights? I'm not sure what neighborhood that is. It's not Jackson Heights. Wherever Near's Tavern is. It's in Queens, some goddamn place. Apparently they shot, I think, the last Spider-Man movie. It's the high school they used in the last Spider-Man. And I was walking by this fucking high school, and there's literally a fucking gun range. It's like this strip, it's like kids walking home from school. There's a graveyard, there's the high school, and then there's a fucking gun range. This is in New York City. This is not, Iowa. This is like fucking Queens where goddamn Peter Parker lives. And they were like, I don't know, it may have been Woodhaven. Let me look real fast. Where the fuck is Nearest Tavern? Surrey. Where's Nearest Tavern? Woodhaven. Yeah, that's what it says. Woodhaven. It was like by this park. What was that park called? Let me just look it up. It's where, ironically, it's where the woman wrote Tree Grows in Brooklyn, which is not in Brooklyn. It's in Queens. But the woman who wrote Tree Grows in Brooklyn, like, lived right near this fucking place. All right, where the fuck am I? I don't know. You get it. You can Google it. My video work is all on YouTube. This is what I'm saying is I'm a double bogey filmmaker. All I can do is my half-assed vlogs that are 3 hours long that nobody wants to watch. But okay, so I should talk about Babette's Feast a little bit because Babette's Feast does relate to this. Or I'm going to weave Babette's Feast in. Let me get back to Heminger for a second, then I'll talk about Babette's Feast. Because Babette's Feast was okay. It was just it was almost like a Hallmark movie. It was like if a Hallmark movie took place in 1872 in like Denmark. but it was very religious. It was deeply religious in a way that we kind of like Babette's Feast. Well, it was Thanksgiving, so we had to watch food movies. We had to watch Babette's Feast, and it was okay. I thought it was going to be more of a feast. I thought it was going to be more of a cook his thief for wife or lover thing. I thought Babette was going to kill everybody. Spoiler alert: Babette does not kill everybody. Hate to spoil it for everybody. I thought Babette was going to kill everybody with the feast. I thought that's what it was about. You know, every other movie, that's how it works. Every other movie, everybody dies through some kind of torture porn, like poison or something. Some kind of suspense about, Titus Andronicus. But Babette's Feast, surprise, or spoiler alert, there was no carnage, really. But there was deep religious rumination. So, I don't know, they kind of shun attention. They don't, it's part of their religion to be, like, modest and to be like, we don't want, Babette, she inherits 10,000, she wins the lottery, which is kind of absurd. I mean, that's pretty absurd. To put that in the, oh, my character wins the lottery. It's like fucking France in 1872. I mean, I guess theoretically that could have happened. That's what the movie's about. It reminded me of like a Guy de Maupassant short story. It kind of felt like Madame Bovary or something. It was very slow. It was like a master chef prepared it. But it also just felt like it didn't really have like auteur. There was nothing about it that was really distinct. It was just kind of like, it was like Das Boot or something. It's like, okay, it's a good movie, but it's not like Fellini. It's not like something that's like immediately identifiable. And it's like any number of people could have made Babette's Feast. Like Au revoir les enfants kind of felt like that. Like it wasn't really stylized. It was really just like a period piece. And it was well done, but it was a little bit, it felt like a short story. It was a little bit contrived. She wins the lottery, and then with her money, she decides to throw this. Their father was a priest, a pastor, and he has all these people that were like his flock. They were his little cult, and they're all old, but they still live in this. It's a small village in Denmark. It's like a seaside village. So it's very like, I don't know. It's almost like a Dutch masters painting or something in a way, even though that's Netherlands. It sort of feels the lighting and stuff. But their dad passed away, but they want to, it's his 100th birthday or something. So they want to have a celebration. And so she decides, okay, I'll cook. It's like a few different narratives. This is kind of simple. I'll cook, a big meal for the birthday. And they're afraid of it. They're like, we don't want this. They think it's going to be like, everybody's going to die. But I kind of related to it in a weird way. I don't know. In some way, I feel like the way that I self-sabotage or something, it's like I have to shun, I don't know. Even though I want to be in show business and I want to be on stage and like be good at that, there's a part of me that like, I don't know, feels guilty or shamed or shameful or feels guilty about wanting to be on stage or stealing attention or I don't know. So it was like, I don't know, it kind of touched it, but that also feels like a religious thing. These kind of puritanical, thank you. These kind of puritanical, shunning of earthly pleasure or attention or stimulation. They don't even drink alcohol, right? It's like this big controversy that she's got all this champagne and Amontillado and shit. But it was a good, it was worth seeing. It wasn't a bad, if you want like kind of a slow burn, that's just kind of a good story. It wasn't anything yeah. Um what the hell? Yeah. So okay. So Mr. Heminger was the golf fucking coach. He took me aside. He gave me this pep talk that was like your disappointment and this and that. And it's just like I don't know. I don't necessarily know how to. Uh, I didn't get any better at golf. Let's just say that. I pretty much continued to be. I don't know. It was just more fun being JV. It was more fun just kind of uh, performing sports. You know, I saw this thing. It was these people playing. I don't know if it was volleyball or dodgeball or it was some kind of court game, but they were like supposed to like maybe it was soccer. I think it was soccer, but they were supposed to like dance. Yeah, it was also very like these people are all MAGA people now. I guarantee it. You know, everybody who I would say at least 60% of the people that I played golf with in high school probably they were Republicans back then. You know, I remember being in the golf fan. That's what was awkward about it. I was younger than everybody else by a year, and they were all up the hill. We were down the hill. And they like this was the fucking 90s, and they were like Rush Limbaugh talking shit about Hillary all the time. Even back then, Hillary was like the punching bag. You know, it's like, do I fit in with these fucking people? Like, no, they were mean. You know, they were a lot. You know, like mean girl type people. The 90s, man. Well, it's something I talk about with Philip a lot, the 90s, because we lived through it. And now it's like, Jesus Christ, that was 30 years ago. That's kind of crazy. And counting. It's like the golf kids were not really jocks. There was one kid whose dad was a member of Scioto, and he was just, I don't know, kind of like a snipey little. He was critical. I don't know. Maybe they were right. My struggle, right? Okay. In the golf team van, it was very high stakes conversation. I want to make a movie about the golf team van. If I ever do like a limited series, if I ever get a budget to do a limited series, I want to do like a JV golf and explore all of these different things. The class kind of levels of golf but the JV van was like all the retards and fucking the kids that were fun. You know, Brian Dennis and Nick Delphia and you know, the stakes were lower. They were my actual friends. You know, Zach, you know, who I'd later work with and be in bands with and shit. So it was more fun. Mark Colburn. I should be saying these people's entire names on the internet, I'm sure. Well, they smoke weed online. I don't know. It was just more fucking fun. And so my brother was like, just like unstoppable entertainment in the golf team van. I mean, Jack would just kill relentlessly. My brother really has that killer instinct in a way that I mean, he's the older brother. So he's the kind of like, you know, protector, whatever. Merciless, but he would beat me up and shit. You know what I mean? He's also just like, he's not afraid to just like punch you, and I'm not like that. You know, I'm the one who absorbs. I turn the other cheek. I'm the victim of domestic abuse, basically. But he would kill in the golf team van. But the kids were all his age. To be honest, he stole all his material from fucking Chris Rock. He would literally do like fucking material like from Comedy Central, or like he did a lot of Chris Rock's material from like the MTV VMAs and shit. The MIB. I remember my brother literally doing Chris Rock lines. Laugh at my jokes or there's going to be violence. In the golf team van, just like killing with these Republicans. With Ian Dodge's mom. who was she was a MILF. I mean, I'm going to, I'll say that publicly. But they were Republicans then. I'm sure they voted for George Bush twice. They were from like South Carolina, you know. They had a fucking putting green. They had like an empty lot next to their house. They had like a fucking green with like a flag and shit. They were great people. I love the Dodgers. They were all very nice guys. They were super cool. Even though they were Republicans, they were actually super amazing, hilarious, cool people. And they were really fucking good at golf. Ian Dodge got like super jacked. He got like totally fucking ripped like he was Kumal Nunjani or whatever that guy's name is. And, he became like Brad Pitt or something. But on the golf team, he was like a little guy. He didn't hit it that far, But he had a growth spurt, became jacked, and all the women started to fawn over him and stuff. But there were also people in the golf team van who were more like insidious and like, I don't know, like Roy Cohen types or something, like there was another kid, I won't name his name, but he was the kid whose dad had a membership to Scioto, which was not cheap. I mean, it was like $10,000 a year. It was a lot of fucking money. Yeah, Game of Thrones in the golf team. Well, yeah, I mean, they all got along. I was like the younger brother that was like trying to tag along. So it was kind of an awkward dynamic to begin with. But I remember one day, I think I tried to be funny or something, and just like nobody thought I was funny. They just thought I was like just this pathetic little bitch, Pardon my French. And when I was 12 years old, I was just like obsessed with being funny. I wanted to be the class clown and all this. So that was like very painful to have all these rich, snide, kind of prissy. Most of the golf team was cool, but there was some kids that were, and I don't know, the kids on the other teams, it was even, more version of that. You were playing kids that went to private schools and shit, Columbus Academy. Those kids were just different. You would interact with, it was totally the class structure. Even in Grandview, which is a public school, but it was like a nice school district. It was kind of a higher income bracket, even though we lived down the hill, though, which was like a floodplain. We benefited from a good school district, which we were technically included in. So we didn't have to go to Columbus public schools, which would have been bad. We literally lived down the hill. So we were like the hillbilly white trash kids on the golf. We're like John Daly. They were the Arnold Palmers, we're the John Dalys. Well, I think Arnold Palmer was working class. We should probably talk about Arnold Palmer's dick. Has Trump signed any legislation about Arnold Palmer's dick yet? Or is there a national holiday or any kind of commemorative acknowledgement of Arnold Palmer's dick, like by the government? Because that's why I voted for Trump, okay? Because Trump campaigned on Arnold Palmer's dick. Yeah, I mean, Arnold Palmer really, he got the greatest like trophy I think any golfer could have. He got the kind of, not necessarily revenge, but Arnold Palmer didn't win as much as Jack Nicklaus did. He's not necessarily in the conversation as like the greatest golfer of all time, but I think he got the sweetest revenge, best served cold, much like in Arnold Palmer. Have a beverage, a classic beverage that everybody loves. That's sort of like somehow this just got invented or something. True immortality is to have a drink named after you. There you go. And it just happened like organically. It wasn't like, fucking some kind of advertising blitz. It wasn't like Prime or coconut water or any of this shit. It was just like people had genuine love. And the thing is, it's such a perfect fucking name. the poetry of calling that drink an Arnold Palmer, because it's half lemonade and half iced tea, just like that motherfucker. You know, he's got the blonde hair, he's tan, he's he's kind of tart, but he's also smooth and sugary and sweet, and you know, it cuts through. It's got that vitamin C. The Arnold Palmer, I mean, it's the perfect summer drink for your sitting on the porch at the country club. And on the former plantation that's been converted into the golf course. Yeah, so I don't know. So that's why Tiger Woods was important. And I don't know. You can't really. That's a whole other thing. But yeah, I mean, golf is not pretty. Like, look at how central it is to the fucking debate right now. I mean, it literally was when Trump debated Biden. It literally was the fucking main thing they talked about was fucking golf. And like, in no way, shape, or form did I ever get involved with golf as like a strategy to like meet people, ever. You know, I was never like, hey, if I learn how to play golf, like, it'll be good for my business. I can go and golf with the other business guys. But that's definitely a huge part of it. It's like, it is like something that CEO type, Wall Street type, capitalists, people that don't actually do anything, the people that stole this country, the corporate, it's so corporate. Golf is so directly tied. You watch these golf tournaments. First of all, there's so much fucking money involved. They're all sponsored by corporate finance shit. It's all American Express, Charles Schwab, Merrill Lynch. It's all fucking MasterCard. We got in Columbus, Ohio, where I'm from, there's the Memorial Tournament, which is Jack Nicklaus, who's the greatest golfer of all time since Tiger Woods broke his leg and, you know, became a sex addict. His wife tried to kill him with a golf club, and he got found out, basically. But Jack Nicklaus, still technically the greatest golfer of all time. He's from Columbus, Ohio, where I'm from, and he has this tournament that's like his version of the fucking Masters. All right. Well, thank you for watching, Bruce Holiday. Good luck with your medical procedure. Golf. It's the most, look at it. Trump, that's all he does is play golf. He's obsessed with golf. That's all he does is play golf and insult people. My advice to the future of America, start playing golf. Get in the golf simulator right now. Yeah, I blame the Scottish. Well, yeah, that's the interesting thing about golf, right? Is it started out as like this shepherd's game, supposedly. I don't know what the real story is. Black people probably invented it. White people probably stole it. They probably invented it in Africa, like everything. No, it's supposedly, this is my right. The Royal and Ancient Golf Club, St. Andrews, is the oldest golf club. It's been there since like 1844, but it was an adaptation. The shepherds would be, tending and sort of like, walking their, what do you call that? When you walk your flock around, I don't know, wandering with their flocks, grazing, doing whatever the fuck shepherds do with their staffs, and the fucking sheep are going around eating. So the sheep would eat the grass, right? And that would make like a fairway. It'd make it green. It'd make the grass shorter in certain parts. And in Scotland, right, they'd go out along the beach and the coast. There's no fucking trees. So the wind blows super hard and cold. And the sheep would burrow into the fucking hills. And that would make the bunkers. The sheep would burrow, and that would make sand, sand holes. And while the shepherds were walking the sheep, or whatever the fuck you call it, tending to their flock, herding herding the goddamn sheep, they began to hit rocks with their staffs. And that gradually developed. I think that was like in the 13 or 1400s. And that kind of developed over the centuries into what we now know as corporate finance game for the elite white people, golf. Trump. You know, I don't know what Trump, because it's pastoral. It's totally like a poetry thing. It's totally like Blake or something. You know, it's totally like the little lamb who made thee. You know, all of Songs of Innocence, Songs of Experience could be fucking golf. Well, it's like a fake pastoral, because golf courses are famously horrible for the environment. Dave Malinsky hates Blake's lamb. Interesting take. Have you listened to the Allen Ginsberg version of it? Because that might make you hate it even more. If you listen to the Allen Ginsberg double album of Blake Lamb rhymes and shit. I mean, Blake, there's a lot going on there. That's the thing about Songs of Innocence. He didn't write about the Lamb, but he did an album of Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience. He literally recorded it. He got some jazz, you know, I don't know if McCoy Tyner's on it, but he got jazz musicians and musicians from around New York. I don't know if some of the Fugs are on it. He's playing his harmonium. It's good musicians. It was before Arthur Russell, but he got like a good team. I actually enjoy it a lot. But your average, it's like any of Allen Ginsberg's music. It's kind of poetry music. It's an acquired taste. It's not, Songs of Innocence, Songs of Experience. He literally did all of it. He recorded all of it. Yeah, he did a lot of music. Allen Ginsberg's music is worth looking into. I mean, it's very political. You know, CIA Dope Calypso. There's one song that I heard it originally from Rage Against the Machine. When my brother bought Battle of Los Angeles at Best Buy in the 90s, it came with a bonus CD that had Rage Against the Machine performing live a version of this Allen Ginsberg poem had to be playing on the jukebox, which is all about the CIA, mafia in cahoots. CIA and mafia in cahoots. It's all about the JFK assassination. Allen Ginsberg piled a lot of facts into his poetry, and his music is all based in politics and, you know, CIA trying to overthrow governments and Cuba. He's got weed songs. He's got yippie type anthem songs, but they're all like raga, blues. It's all like Anthology of American Folk Music, the Harry Smith. It's completely like Harry Smith and Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan's on some of Allen Ginsberg's songs. Whatever that one about Vomit Comet, whatever that song is, going down to Puerto Rico, or what is it, going down to Bob Dylan is on that song. He's playing guitar and chanting along. But the Bob Dylan, the Ginsberg Blake double album, I like it, but I'm a masochist for that type of thing. And I like William Blake. The thing about Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience is they work on every level. It's like it works on this very simple childlike level. That was Byron. Lord Byron joined the Greek War of Independence. He died, I think, in it, or he died down there. Was he injured? Something happened to him down there. But Byron was the one that went to, I don't think Shelley. They were all kind of political in a way, I think. Or Shelley, they went to Italy for, I think there was some kind of political. It was almost like how all those writers went to like the Spanish Revolution. You know, like they were trying to get in on whatever the fucking heavy revolutionary, you know, like Shelley said, poets are the unacknowledged legislatures of the world. So here we go on legislating unacknowledgedly. But you know, it works. Blake, it works on a very childlike level, but it also there's deeper layers and layers and layers and layers and layers. And there's a lot of correspondences, and the songs of experience correspond to the songs of innocence, and I don't know. It's weird to me how seminal Blake is for so many people. I mean, even for me, I was never like the biggest Blake head. To me, like Keats and Shelley and the other romantics are kind of more romantic. No pun intended. They're more like glamorous in a way. Like Blake was like this old freaky like printer that like lived with his wife and like just was like kind of psychotic or something. Or he would see, like I think that's awesome, but it wasn't necessarily something that I like related to as like, like Shelley is like this fucking he died when he's young and he's like, going to fucking Italy and, I don't know. There was like this Lord Byron, same thing. There was like this enterprise. Blake, he lived, he kind of had a life almost like a New Yorker in a way. It's like he lived in London his whole fucking life. He was born in London. Like he had a fucking house in London. That'd be like having some rent controlled apartment or brownstone or something in New York your whole life. Like he wasn't necessarily like pastoral in a wild. His work seems kind of like it's almost like a precursor of it's so small. His stanzas are way shorter, they're rhyming, they're musical. Keats and all that stuff, it's like it's really complicated and the lines are long and the syllables, it's like it's very intricate. Blake, it's like very plain and but I don't know. I don't know if he would have been in golf had it kind of masks itself in this like pseudo spirituality. Or it's like spirituality for like billionaire white guys, like the worst people on earth. It's like spiritual for like the billionaire class or CEO class, misogynistic, racist. They don't typically welcome women or, people of color carrying the bags. And so the fact that it is at the center of our political conversation, I think, hints at those things in a certain way. I mean, it's hard to even, golf is different than the other sports where like it costs a lot of money to even get started. It's kind of a money pit in a way. It's not like baseball where it's just like theoretically you could play fucking stickball on your stoop or whatever. You get a Spalding and a stick or, like it doesn't take a whole lot to play soccer or basketball. There's probably a court near you. The court's probably free. You might even have a court in your driveway or something if you're middle class, suburban. Whereas like golf, it's like you got to drive to the fucking place. You got to pay a green fee. That's not cheap. It's going to be 15, 20, 30 and up, And so it's in all the, you got to have 14 fucking clubs. You got balls, it's built to sell shit. It's built for capitalist kind of consumerist. You got to get a new club every year. There's bubble shafts. There's TaylorMade. There's Big Bertha. There's titanium. It's like you got to get whatever the newest fucking thing is to take to the golf simulator, to take to Chelsea Piers. Yeah, I mean, I like, to be honest, in a weird way, I do like watching golf on TV because the courses are all different and every hole is different, which kind of makes it continuous. That's another thing that's kind of like classist and like imperialist about it is like for people who have money and wherewithal, theoretically, you could just travel around playing every fucking golf course. If you could play Pebble Beach and blah blah blah. And so you could. A lot of people travel for golf. They go to some fucking resort or something. That's like you go to Doral, which is now Trump National or something. That's where he got shot at. Trump got shot at on his golf course. That was not the best place to do it, I don't think. We got to get Trump into like, batting cage or something. Something where he's like hemmed in, where he can't escape. Just kidding. These are jokes, people. Where's your sense of humor, you snowflakes? So I don't know. It is like a walking, even though everybody takes a cart, it is like a walking. It's like Lord of the Rings. You're covering these different terrains. You're going up and down hills. There's traveling over creeks and bridges, sand traps, forests, link style, real dramatic golf courses will kind of unveil and kind of reveal themselves. And, it's this kind of like spooling. But it's a tremendous waste of resources and horrible for the environment. We could build, we've got this housing shortage. One of the best golf courses, one of my favorite golf courses, maybe my favorite golf course, Minerva Lake Golf Course. And this is the last thing I'll say about golf. Columbus, Ohio. It was designed by Donald Ross, who also designed Scioto Country Club and Granville, and he designed a lot of golf courses. And he has a very distinct style of design because I think there was a boom or something in golf courses in like the 10s and 20s. Because that's when they built a lot of these Donald Ross golf courses. I don't know if that was like a roaring 20s thing, like a stock market thing, but automobiles, like a train, train's not really a golf course thing. You kind of got to drive your car to the golf course in a certain way. It's just so far away from everything. That was like my high school and middle school experience was just like driving to golf courses way out in the country with my dad and brother. My dad's van, just driving to fucking all over the place, National Road Golf Course, the Phoenix, Raccoon International. I should do a poem about all the golf courses I played. Golf poetry. That's my new genre, everybody. Golf poetry. I mean, I guarantee you almost all poetry written about golf has got to be terrible. Has there ever been a good poem written about golf? They just seem totally like antithetical to each other. Even though I don't know, golf is this kind of like privileged, like apprehension of nature. You really are like coming to terms with like the size of God. The sky is so huge. For a lot of white collared, CEO types in their private jets, that's the closest to nature they ever get. And it's also kind of this like sculpted, guided, gamified stroll. It's like you're just doing this, like that famous Mark Twain quote, golf is a good walk spoiled. Golf in the Kingdom. We had a few golf books when I was a kid. We had Golf in the Kingdom. It's a shame that that's why I'm pro Golf Simulator, because that's just like a projector. That's not like hundreds of acres of land that could be like farmed or could be, God forbid, just left alone. Just let the animals have it. But Yeah, Minerva Lake Golf Course was designed by Donna Ross, and it was, the thing about a lot of these golf courses is they're super long. You got to hit the ball super far. And Minerva Lake was built 100 years ago, so it's like people didn't hit the ball as far, so it's a little bit shorter. It's a par 68 as opposed to 72. The par fives are like 500 yards, if that. So you could theoretically make an eagle. So as a not huge jacked guy, it was still a challenging, interesting golf course. It was like a piece of history, it was like going back and visiting the fucking 1920s or something, even playing this golf course in a weird way. It just felt like, it felt like an old building or something, You could just feel the values of that time period. And in the aesthetic of the landscape design. I would love to get rich just so I could like help my dad, because he likes like drawing golf courses, like he kind of designs, like he's kind of amateur, and I'm like, it'd be cool that if he'd actually get to like build one. It's kind of amazing what they do to the earth, to be honest. I think that's part of the insanity of it. I think that's part of like the Trump, kind of interest, is like just getting big machines and pushing the fucking earth around. We can do whatever we want, put in irrigation. I want this over here. I want a fucking lake here. I want to change all this. I'm God. I'm playing God. I own all this. I can do whatever I want with it. But I think probably about 10 years ago, somebody bought Minerva Lake or something happened. They couldn't pay for it anymore, and they turned it into housing. They built a bunch of apartments on it, I guess. I haven't been back there since. I don't know exactly what it looks like, but um, if there really is a housing shortage in this country, there's not enough housing for everybody. That's why everything's so expensive. I think that's something that we do need to like keep talking about until it gets fucking immediately solved. Like, the rent is too goddamn high. And is it because there's a housing shortage? Or is it because of market manipulation, consolidated buyers? Less people own more houses. Supposedly, when 2008 happened in the financial crisis, that was all Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, which was like these subprime loans, which were housing that they built. So supposedly when that crashed, they stopped building so much housing. They cut the inventory because there was just too much inventory. They were selling houses to anybody. I mean, that's what Arrested Development, there's a whole plot line in Arrested Development about. They're just they sell, who is it? Tobias and Lindsay. They sell them this giant fucking like McMansion. They hook them into this loan just because they'll sell anybody any goddamn thing. Because it's, it was before the crash. They'll finance anything. Debt is good. Debt was like a positive thing. They want more debt. Now it's like nobody can even afford a house. People's houses have gone up 5 times in value since the pandemic. I mean, I really do think the pandemic is going to be like this generational marker where it's like if you did not get in before that, it's just going to be a lot harder. People that bought a house before the pandemic, they suddenly their wealth skyrocketed because their house went up so much in value. And people that didn't own shit, now everything's too expensive to buy because the went up so much in value. So we're left behind. Was the pandemic the rapture? Was that like a soft rapture? That was like a gentle rapture for us. It's like a chill rapture. Well, it wasn't chill for some people. Some people got intubated and shit like that. Okay, we're going into hour 3 here. I'm just kind of in the mood for, that's right, it's always 9/11. We never forgot. We never moved on from 9 goddamn 1/1. Thanks, Bush. Eternal September 11. All right, thanks for watching, Dave Malinsky. Definitely get a streaming rig together. You know, I look forward to the next Dave Malinsky stream. People, if you're out there watching, subscribe to Dave Malinsky, and you'll learn a thing or two, for crying out loud. Oh my God. All right, what else do we need to talk about? Should I read the poems that, well, now I'm a little bit worried if I were to read something, then like, maybe I will read some shit. You know, I haven't been reading enough stuff on here. Maybe I'll move back over to the other side of the room here for a segundo. Oh, God. Let me look at my Letterboxd. I'll get into some more film criticism for everybody. You know, with some recommendations. Well, now that it's fucking freezing cold outside, you know, people are trapped. We've got a captive audience potentially, and people are looking for content to consume. Let me give you some recommendations, maybe, or I don't know. Just this is, you know, Cahiers du Cinema. Film criticism is just sponsored by Utz. You got to get the ripples. This is really the premium smack. Oh, God. Make sure you come out next Monday because it's the holidays. December 12th, or what is next Monday? The 9th and the 16th? December 9th and the 16th, we'll be doing Christmas type vibe things. December 16th will be our actual Christmas show. I don't know. Should I just quit now? Let's see what we got for the 1 year. See what the line of the day is today. What is it? December 3rd. Lord of Uneven. Lord of Uneven. All right. 11:27. Nocturnal Distance. Nocturnal Distance. Sponsored by Utz. Oh, God. I don't know. Have I left too many people in the past? I feel like I just burned bridges with people. In a way, that's probably not. I should definitely be talking about this on the internet late at night. You know, these other live streamers, they just do it all the fucking time. They're never not streaming. Like, so this is an experiment in duration. Because I've been kind of
I've been inconsistent with my streaming, which has been unfair to the audience. The audience has been chasing me around, and my views have been steadily kind of decreasing. Maybe has my quality plummeted? You'd think more people would be listening to me. I was so right about my election analysis and all that. Um, I want to write more scenes. I want to be committed to. This is something we've been talking about with Philip is dialogue. Trying to get things into dialogue. That's kind of the Tennessee Williams move. The poems are full of all this dialogue. How do we get it into scenes? How do we get the scenes up? I want to write a scene every week for Monday. I want to do a scene at the open mic, a 5-minute scene at the beginning of the show, cold read, like it's fucking Tuesdays at 9. Just like a little poets theater program at the beginning. Doesn't have to be anything super finished. That's why they call it a sketch, right? It's kind of like you can see the brush strokes. So I've been jumping all around. I mean, with this weather change, I'm kind of trying to have to readjust and figure out my new streaming setup and approach. And as you can see, my studio here, kind of a weird messy, junky kind of image to be presenting here. But we're just we're just committed, and we're just staying online until it works. God damn it. I've been a little bit better about sharing like shorts. I'm starting to understand, like, there have been a few. Where's my goddamn phone? There have been a few shorts that I've shared on YouTube recently that have got like 500 views. They didn't really get any follows. I've been kind of slowing down with my followers because I haven't been streaming as much. It's like you do kind of like got to put hours in, and I don't know. I do think the election like did change the dynamic with streaming, where like kind of the secrets out, or like this Hassan Piker guy is now on everybody's radar in a way that he wasn't before, and he's got kind of like a classic streaming setup where he's got the mic and he's just like in his fucking domicile dispatching like he's on fucking Twitch, like he's streaming fucking StarCraft. Do people play StarCraft? Is there a modern version of StarCraft, or it's like Minecraft? Is Minecraft like this modern StarCraft? I know that they sold Blizzard to like somebody, or Blizzard bought something. Did Activision buy Blizzard, or Blizzard bought Activision? Or some kind of big nerd fucking acquisition that changed the dynamic of gaming. All right, let's see what else. Okay, Babette's Feast. They basically said what I wanted to say. Hairspray. Okay, You're a Big Boy Now, Francis Ford Coppola, and A Safe Place. I guess I didn't really talk about Cabaret either. Let me talk about Cabaret first. You're a Big Boy Now is a really cool pre-Godfather Coppola pick. I would if you're into like I'm into this kind of like swinging 60s New York or like I don't know, the 60s New York movies are kind of interesting. It's sort of like A Thousand Clowns. It's kind of like that era. I think it came out in '66, but it's color. The main character, he's not a very compelling actor, but he works in the New York Public Library. So there's all these scenes shot in the Rose Reading Room and the stacks, and everybody works who works there is on roller skates. So it's kind of like almost like Twee or something. It kind of reminds me of like it's not like The Godfather at all. It's more like Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium or something. It has kind of like a 2000s like quirky indie thing. It feels like Huckabees a little bit. I mean, it's basically the same kind of thing where it's like a guy. There's a couple women that he's interested in, and blah blah blah. And it's similar to A Safe Place in that respect. It's like uh, it's just in these apartments, and it's kind of about relationships and blah. Karen Black is in it. She's been in a bunch of stuff we watched recently, and now I kind of understand it. When I was younger and I saw Karen Black in Five Easy Pieces, or like later in her career, Karen Black is in a few movies where she's kind of like got a small role or something that's kind of a like a curtain call performance or something. I didn't really get it, but now that in this movie, she's really got kind of an interesting presence, and she feels that kind of '60s it girl kind of thing. There's tons of scenes in Central Park, just like this fucking movie, A Safe Place, which is Henry Yaglom, or I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Who I think is kind of an overlooked. He's not easy to like. I mean, this movie. There's a movie called Tracks, which I watched part of about a decade ago, or a little more than that. Which I didn't watch that much of it, but weirdly, I do remember it. It did leave an impression on me. But just because it was like so verite and kind of loose and naturalistic, there wasn't a whole. I don't know. Uh, this movie was kind of like that. It's apparently Easy Rider. I guess they had a cut that was like 4 hours long or something, and Dennis Hopper didn't want to change any of it, but he left to go do something else. I forget what. And then so they brought in Henry Yaglom, this guy, this director, to cut it. And so apparently the edit of Easy Rider that we see today and that everybody kind of knows as Easy Rider was actually edited by this guy, Henry Yaglom. And you kind of see that, even though Easy Rider was directed by Dennis Hopper and is a Dennis Hopper movie, you kind of see the looseness and the naturalism, and I'm drawn to those kind of directors. It's almost like a proto Wim Wenders. It's not quite that, I don't know, compositional. It's more kind of like a D.A. Pennybaker or something. It's very like verite documentary style. But A Safe Place, a lot, half of it's in Central Park with Orson Welles. Orson Welles plays this like magician, kind of like father who she saw in the park, I think, like as a little girl or something. And then she's dating this guy who I don't know. He's just some actor guy. He's kind of like a nerd, or I don't know. She doesn't really like him that much. Tuesday Weld is the main character, which I don't even really know who Tuesday Weld is, but uh she's one of those movie stars. It's like I'm not really sure that people today know who Tuesday Weld is. I kind of remember her from Falling Down. She played Robert Duvall's wife, who's like nuts, and Falling Down. She's like kind of a shut in. And I'm pretty sure I remember Sam Shepard mentioning Tuesday Weld, like maybe in Motel Chronicles, or there was somewhere where Sam Shepard mentioned Tuesday Weld as being this kind of hot property. And you can kind of see like Jessica Lange is sort of like a, a, a version of Tuesday Weld. She's kind of like they're very similar looking. So I think that was maybe Sam Shepard's type, which I mean, who could blame him? And I mean, well, but so Tuesday Weld is just like super. I don't know. She's
She's a movie star, So it's like the movie's kind of about her love life and her kind of like courting these. And so Jack Nicholson is in it. He plays a small role. I guess he didn't get paid for it, but it's like it's barely a part. He basically like makes out with fucking Tuesday Weld. That's like his whole role. It's almost like a post carnal knowledge. I'm sure they cast him just as because he's like carnal knowledge. He's kind of this predatory, like sexual guy. And in this movie, he plays like the worst nightmare of like this kind of normal, nebbishy guy is in a relationship with Tuesday Weld. And so Jack Nicholson shows up at their apartment one night. He's like the worst nightmare of like your girlfriend's ex showing up and just like just being a total uh totally invasive. So he only shows up at like the end of the movie. I think they shot it some of it like in the East Village. I recognize like it has kind of a funky, grungy kind of like post hippie. Like it's the early 70s in New York. It's kind of like that Just Kids time. So it has a little bit of that. But there's also all these scenes in Central Park and like at the fucking zoo and shit. So it's got that kind of up downtown duality. Polarity. Which is important. Obviously that's important. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep running my fucking mouth here, okay? This is a marathon. We got one person watching. Thank you for watching, whoever. Um, yeah, and then you're a big boy now. Fucking Rip Torn is in, so it's got kind of. But he plays like an old guy. He's like young, but he plays like an old guy. And then Geraldine Page is in it as well. So it's another Torn Page kind of collaboration. And yeah, it's before The Godfather. So, but it's very off the wall, and it's got a lot of great New York City kind of color photography. There's a lot of like Times Square in that era. There's a really good scene that's kind of like The Conversation, which is a movie that I bought in high school. Not having seen it, I bought the DVD just because I just thought a movie called The Conversation has to be good. I was just so glad they made a movie called The Conversation. Now I'm just like, this is the ultimate movie. It's called The Conversation. This can be the greatest movie ever made. I guess because I was like starved for conversation. But there's a scene in You're a Big Boy Now that's like they're just walking around this beautiful kind of neon light automat New York, with the Horn and Hard Arts and the Night X and all that kind of stuff. And there's like you can tell they dubbed in like the dialogue. So there's like this soundtrack that's kind of like floating over the montage of them that in these kind of like long shots. I like that kind of effect, because you get a lot of different, it's kind of frustrating to me, like these walk and talk shots. Like if you have a lot of dialogue, you're kind of like beholden to just like hold on the characters in a way that's like not that visually interesting. Whereas like this, it's like you have the dialogue, so you have this running scene of the two characters walking and talking, whatever it is they're talking about. But then, you've got a lot of nice visual information where it's like this montage of them at all these different places in the city or in Times Square or wherever. I like that. Getting the most out of both. You're getting the most out of the dialogue and getting the most out of the visual at the same time.
rather than just holding on the two characters while they're talking, or dollying with them on a steady cam, like in a walk and talk type thing. This is the master class. Philip was talking about how he wanted to buy the David Mamet master class and watch it, which, I mean, come on. That'd be the ultimate. That's been my whole life, is just reading like David Mamet theory about it, which is like, I don't know. I feel like I would probably, everything he's going to say in his master class, I kind of feel like I probably heard it already. I really would like to hear. Can we get David Mamet on some kind of podcast or stream right now? I'd love to get his post-election thoughts. He's such a Trumper. Is he stoked? Is he stoked about Elon Musk and Ramaswamy and Doge? Is he stoked about Hegseth? And how many of these people's names should we actually learn? Because it's like, how long are they going to last? Hegseth, I guess, he worked at Fox News. Of course, he's got all these sexual harassment claims. They wouldn't hire you. The whole network got brought down because of that shit. It's like, of course, the guy's got sexual harassment claims. That's the culture of Fox News. It's blonde, bimbo, Megyn Kelly types who like being harassed. They like big, chiseled guys, pinching their ass. Guys who drive BMWs and fly around in private jets. That's what it's all about, baby. That's what the American dream is all about. I saw this video on TikTok. It was, the future of the American dream is the townhome, not the house, the townhome, which I love this idea. I mean, the thing is, in the suburbs and in the car culture, the townhome doesn't really work, because the townhome is really a pedestrian city. That's kind of integral, It's not. There's no garage. You can have a yard. You can have a little plot, but it's like, it's not like single use zoning, lawn, suburban, two-car garage, drive into the cul-de-sac subdivision thing. It's blocks. It's a way to, like, rectangularize and economize. It's not like, here you have your little thing and you have your little thing. It's like, here we are, and we're kind of a unified block, and we're neighbors, and we're like books, stacked next to each other in a shelf. And it's city life. It's urban, walking, mixed use. That is the way it should be. They should figure out. I mean, to some degree, I guess it probably has to do with resources, but like, yeah, why aren't they building new cities, better cities? That's sort of the fantasy, or one of the fantasies, right, of these billionaires, is like they want to like build their own cities, smart cities, or factory cities. These billionaires in San Francisco are like buying up all this land somewhere. It's like northeast of Oakland. It's like somewhere, I don't know exactly where it is, but it's like uh North Bay somewhere, East Bay. They're like buying up all these because they're trying to, like, people, I think, see that like our lives are so. That's one reason why I just like dwell on like urban planning and shit like that on this, because like it just feels like our lives are going to be miserable until that stuff changes, until there's enough housing that like rent is comfortable until there's some kind of sensible alternative to car culture and the isolation that it engenders in the parking lots that it engenders. It's just such a massive headache to worry about all that stuff and be frustrated by all that stuff because it really just degrades our quality of life and what could be. And so if they were to build townhomes, like when you see townhomes at like Easton and Columbus, Ohio's townhomes, or like sort of like New Albany, Les Wexner is kind of like company town. I mean, it's not anything new. I mean, that's completely what New Albany is. In Columbus, Ohio, limited brands, a lot of the employees live in this town called New Albany, which is totally like been engineered over the last. It was there, but it was like a small outpost. Now, Les Wexner bought up most of the land and sort of created this unified architecture that's sort of this like Stepford Wives, Grover's Corners. It looks like Connecticut, or it's just like the signature of it is this kind of like white fence. There's this white fence that goes everywhere in New Albany. I think it's the laws. Like this white fence has to be there. That's like the signature, and the architecture is all very strict. I'm sure it's sort of this like neo. Uh, they have townhouses there as part of it, but they're very, I don't know. They're like these blocks that are kind of on their own, and I don't know. They feel kind of like they need to be integrated with. The thing about New York is like you walk out your door, everything is available to you. You can walk to any goddamn thing. I was thinking about this. It's like I could probably count on one hand the number of times I go into a car like a year in New York City. It's not that much more than a dozen, probably. I know that's more than two hands, but because it's just like you don't need to. You can just take the train everywhere, walk. It's all anything you need, you can get for practically nothing. And you don't have to sit in traffic or anything. You can do other shit. You can read. I can write. Prepare my notes for the show. Tend to my social media accounts, my small business. The show must go on. Continues to go on. The live streams have to keep fucking streaming. I love the townhome. Living in that brownstone. I mean, that was the best you could hope for. That's just like the best setup you could hope for. If you're lucky enough to have like a freaking townhouse in New York City, that's why New York City is kind of set apart from these other. I mean, Philadelphia has a little bit of that. You see it in Hairspray, or Baltimore too. You see it in Hairspray. Hairspray is this kind of portrayal of the '60s. There's all this block of small townhomes. They're not like brownstones in New York, which are 4 stories practically with a basement. They're kind of more modest. They're like town cottages, but they're well painted. People live there. There's a middle class. There's murals on the side. There's plants in the window. There's a block. There's a feeling of a community. I guarantee you, if you go to that same block now, it's probably all bombed out. It's probably all. I mean, you see that on Google Maps or like YouTube videos going to the worst ghetto or driving through bad neighborhoods in Philadelphia or Baltimore. I mean, Baltimore, right, that's where the Wire was. So there is like this, on the East Coast, that's where you see that culture, that kind of town home culture. But I would love a townhouse. It's arrested development. We're all in arrested development because we can't afford places to live and develop. Where are you going to put a kid? Where are you going to put, I don't know. I guess people in other countries probably have it worse, but let me read this. Let me see how far I can get into this. Because this I thought was a good piece, but I haven't had an opportunity to read it anywhere yet. I'd like to go to an open mic or something. Okay, 11/27/24. Nocturnal distance. Your fear is making you dead. It feels like an Ohio day. Listeria taking over the sky. Pain medication not working. Hospitals close. I don't really want to walk all that way, but I would, gaining weight in my torso and face. Frosthair got the idea from Harker. That's why they had him on. Learning center processes agrarian. I forgot everything I know. Lacking conviction, have to learn it all over again. Unrealistic pretext, boffs off the rear. Handing me slide off, divorced Parsons late at night on the internet. I like it when a music video comes out. A block from Myrtle Beach. Beachcombers from Ukraine. They're making you food. She hearted my message but didn't respond. You should take a really uncomfortable bite. Second to measuring test. Hiccuping the name of the foam. I don't know why I do everything right. It hasn't worked yet. Put it back in the rapid fire numbness. There's no breeding allowed. Solitary volunteers play canasta. It's too late to not be bitter. Oh, it's too late to not be bitter. America's been spending a lot of time together, maybe too much. Catch you breathing halfway, unoppressed, non-imperialistic, heading to the wrong side of the park. Necesito terminado, a finalizing crisis that sends me on my way. You can just say no, you don't need a reason. Flying to Seattle, the breathing Seattle of my dick. Who could blame them for getting what they can out of childhood trauma and albatross legacy? The brakes on this train went to emergency. That's not supposed to happen. I need a notary to stamp my hands. Does that mean we have to leave? Always getting ready to make the big move, resurrect my appendix and the bone endings of lust, 5 times more effective than its immediate successors. We're all sick of hearing about it. Autogynophiles who just want to fuck straight guys. Megyn Kelly drives a BMW when her lease runs out. Not in any rush, but this is boring. You're getting less hot by the second. When they know me when I step off the stage to the red afters where I'm unrecognizable, defending my thesis at gunpoint, and what kind of art do you do? Trying to get away, thank you for being patient, putting our brain cells together, as sure as Pam interrogates the stick shift. Still, it's nice to be wanted, just from the cabaret. Newly reabandoned to the shape-shifting alien mask, hotels are jails that keep Uncle Ted from his dogs and his grandkids, which I was supposed to produce by now. Merely an unprepossessing heart dying in a flower of language. Where did that come from? Where does it go? Stand by to hold on to the closure of the Dairy Queen. Play in this stinking country like a harp from hell. I hope they don't hate me. It's definitely getting worse. Tells me she likes my glasses. They look like Jeffrey Dahmer's. Did you do that on purpose? Freudian identification with parental generation. Side effects may include it's not easy being me. They're conservative moms high on Valium martinis, transitioning to midlife pundit tap. The guy gave me his business card. From the word go, Kale was reduced to decadence. They don't call me the greatest detective in the city for nothing. People getting stabbed on the train all down the west side. Carry On Pussycat would never dream of showing up. It's all about who you know and what they think of you. Jumping loop through a row of fembots. I miss my ex's parents. This is our second Thanksgiving together. Getting out of a matinee of Sunset Boulevard. That really gets my goat. I'd like to spend it in the Midtown bars, unswayed by not paying my bill. I treat myself like I treat my car, driving on a bad axle till it falls apart, in one piece with no upkeep. The doctor costs too much, so I keep them away, eating at Arby's, even though I have Medicaid, which theoretically would cover all costs, from one presence of God to another. Just wanted to see how far I could push it. No cause for alarm. Warm basics, keepsakes for the harem, a divine presence hovering overhead. We're going to some red sauce joint, a platonic date 2 doors down from where he met his best friend in life on the eve of 4 days off, staving in a hail of seconds before the whole thing blows. Why didn't you want to sit next to me in the jelly donut? I got too close to my escape route and my backup plan swallowed me whole. It was a prison sink where I washed my face in the tools of blue complexity. There, that's better. Last call for 96th Street, standing closer to each other by degree. The sugar in her female music chimes to me on crystals in the fertile development of her thighs. I love the high rise virginity of them in their underwear. How I pull you close, spooning, a warm familiarity of packed heart dedicated to me in its shape. Okay, shall we go over to the window again? I think I'll do 4 hours maybe. I've got one viewer, so it's not like. Thank you for sticking around. We've talked about the glorious revolution. Maybe I'll do some live reaction videos. People love watching people watch videos. People love watching people play video games. Um, maybe I'm just doing too much. I'm too active. Um, in a way, I think you can't go wrong doing nothing. When you do like too much, that you're like too in people's faces. Oh boy. Yeah. Let's go back over the window. What else do we need to talk about? What else is going on in the world? Apparently there was martial law declared in South Korea. I think the world is kind of acting up in anticipation of the golden age, the age of revolutions. I mean, revolutions don't come cheap. You know, it's always a fucking war. I guess we could do the glorious revolution. Why don't we try to have a glorious revolution, everybody? What do you say? Can we do a glorious revolution? Is that possible? Nonviolent revolution. That's my hope for 25. So this is Christmas. And what have you done? Yeah, so okay, so this guy in South Korea declared martial law, and apparently the protests, I don't know what's going on, but apparently they just kicked the guy out immediately. The protests and like the blowback were so huge that I just read the headline. So now I'm gonna yap about it on the internet, of course. As a mansplainer, that's what I do. By definition, that's I from what I understand, he was like a far right guy. He tried to declare martial law, it didn't work. Did they depose him or something? I don't know. Is he in jail yet? Um, did he get pardoned? Where's Hunter? Is Hunter involved? I don't know. I just think Hunter's laptop is just so funny. It's just a funny go-to. It's a crutch for me, I guess. Not that because it probably is something that's worth looking at. I think there's truth to the idea that apparently there were pictures with this chick on it or something. She figured into it in some way. Is that all that's on Hunter's laptop? Just him smoking crack with different like influencer, like brat chicks from the Upper East Side. He's like busted JFK Jr. He's like the fallen angel version of JFK Jr. He's JFK Jr. gone bad. Or Schlossberg. Now everybody's in love with this Jack Schlossberg guy. I mean, to be honest, that's inspiring. I hope someday that guy runs for office, to be honest, because he could possibly win. Jack Schlossberg, I think, he's JFK's grandson. I'm not exactly sure how, but he's kind of the heir apparent to the Kennedy kind of hunk thing. Maybe we should do a Jack. Did they? I think they already did it. I think somebody already did a Jack Schlossberg lookalike contest. There's all these lookalike, right? There was the Timothy Chalamet. I think it's women just crowdsourcing. They're smart. Women are very resourceful the way they use the internet. Not to generalize, but like they've got all these fucking group threads and chats, and they have for years. There's been like a whole network of women like conferring with each other. Probably there are men doing this too. Maybe it's just me that doesn't do this, but to some degree, it does feel like it's a little bit of a female just group kind of pinging off each other. I get people that are in traditionally marginalized networks have to have systems of support and mutual aid, but also they have to build their own structures. But also, I don't know. I think to some degree, women are just more kind of harmonized with. They're okay with that. Man, it's so much ego and like you want to stand out, or it can be that way. I don't know. There's kind of toxic ideas about what male dynamics are. Alpha, beta, whatever it is, sigma. I don't even know what sigma is. Sigma is alpha, I think. Sigma, I think, is like I think sigma is like more than alpha. I think that's what it means. I thought it was less, but I think sigma is like it basically means alpha. I guess. But why was I talking about these fucking groups online? I don't know. I mean, I've got to. You never know who's going to tune into this. You know, that's one of the things that's fun about doing this for me is casting, live casting in this way. And then, like Leon, shout out to Leon Brown. He came out to the open mic last night. He was asking me if I had posted anything recently. He was saying that he watches the stream sometimes. Shout out to Leon. Very nice guy, cool guy. You know, so it does resonate. It does bounce off something. And I don't know. I mean, if the lowest amount of clicks I'll get on one of these is like 30, like my last one I think got 35 or something. Because I didn't, you know, to be honest, it's like people either watch it live or they don't watch it. There's not, I mean, there are people that click, but I need more like religious viewers. Or I don't know, I need people that like want to watch all of them. Because every once in a while, from time to time, I'll get that. It's like, how do I find more people that want to watch all of it? I mean, so I was having a conversation with Luke Herberman last night. He was asking me about my videos or this or that. And he just commented that they're all like super long. Like, yes, that is definitely true. And part of the reason why I do that is I saw something that said YouTube wants longer videos. They want like viewer retention. They want people to watch one video for a longer amount of time. That's why these streams, I think, have started to become more of the biosphere of what YouTube is. Because it's like they can hook you in for 2 hours or 3 hours. Where it's like, yeah, it's technically a video, but visually it's not really that dynamic. It's kind of like just chill. But it's 3 hours long of just a conversation, riffing. What's this guy going to say next? I'm going to have to read all my election poetry again because my live stream got taken down. So maybe I'll do that this week sometime. There's some new Zizek videos I got to watch. I got one on here loaded up on YouTube. Slavoj Zizek on the re-election of Donald Trump. We got to see his take as the coming nightmare formulates around us. I think we're only just beginning to like start to realize what we've done. I've made a huge mistake. Michael, I've made a huge mistake. I mean, how great is Job? I mean, they're all great. What is the mom's name? It's Lindsay, Michael, Tobias, Buster, George Michael, maybe George Sr. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on this. They kind of just call her mom. It's like kind of I don't know. I can't remember. I feel so bad. Jessica Walters, she's so great. But that's what, if they did another series, you know, some of the characters would be gone. Like Jessica Walter passed away, rest in peace. I don't think that's necessary. Or like Portia de Rossi, she retired from acting. She lives with, she's all mixed up with Ellen DeGeneres. Who knows what the fuck
She was only in a few episodes of the last run, but you can tell like her whole life is just kind of going some other way. I don't necessarily know that Lindsay is going to be in it, but that doesn't mean they still shouldn't do it. And in fact, why not add new characters and shit? I mean, that was kind of what was fun about the last couple. The fifth series was much more like the original three. You could tell they were just kind of returned to that way of doing it. But the characters, they had aged, and it was kind of, I don't know, it wasn't as funny necessarily hysterically in the same, like the original 3 episodes, you're laughing out loud every few seconds. I don't remember laughing too much at all in season 4 or 5, maybe a couple times. But it was still interesting. You know, it's still dense. And you're still, you know, there's still a lot of truth to the way that they're. I wish there was a little more satire. It could have been a little more about, you know, in a weird way. Because the crazy thing about the 4th season, I can't believe this wasn't called out more just culturally, is that they filmed it in 2013. And there's a huge storyline that's entirely based on them building a fucking wall. You know, one of the big storylines in season 4 from 2013 is them trying to build a wall between the U.S. and Mexico. Which, like, granted, that may have, I'm sure that has been like a recurring kind of like motif. It's nothing new, the idea of building a wall, I guess, but like, you know, the fact that it was that, is coming from that family, and that, you know, it's California, it's U.S. and Mexico, it's the Blues, it's big. They're so Trump-like. I mean, I'm sure that had to have been. I mean, The Apprentice was on the air when the original Arrested Development was on the air, so that was in the air culturally. It wasn't necessarily like it was entirely about the Bush family. Although it did just occur to me that how much Bluth looks like Bush. Bluth, if you kind of blurred your eyes, or like if you connect the L and the, you know, if you got rid of the L and, you know, the T was an S, or like the T and the U kind of look like an S, and the L and the, you know, it almost looks like Bush. Bluth almost looks like Bush. Like it's kind of like a visual graffiti or something on Bush. It's almost like a defacement or an over, you know, it's like a erasure or an over, it's like a painting over or something. But it's also like Trump. I mean, it's 5 letters. It's consonant, consonant, U, consonant, consonant. Bluth, Trump, very similar. He's in real estate. I mean, they make this shoddy real estate. I mean, Trump was already like a notorious public figure in a big way when that show was originally on. I'm sure it was a part of the DNA. The gaudy kind of fake wealth. Lindsay is kind of Trumpy. Not necessarily her character, like she's super progressive with all her causes and stuff, but like she might be one of those new age hippies that goes like conservative. That's probably what would happen with Lindsay. She'd be like, because she was into all that like alternative medicine and shit. Remember they have the family band for the fucking medicine, whatever that fucking acetaminophen or whatever it is. I don't know what it is. They have like that folk band with the auto harp and shit. She would totally be one of those like granola people that would go Trump. It's Orange County. I guess, you know, Orange County is like super Republican. So like in a certain way, Arrested Development is, I think, kind of a satire of that Orange County kind of culture. Republicans in Southern California. It's right near LA, right? It's just south of LA. The OC. There's all these OC jokes, right? In season 3 of Arrested Development. Because Fox was just, I mean, Fox was so obnoxious about all the promos and shit they would run. they'd have all these like cartoon, like Family Guy. There'd be like this crawl that would come out on your screen with like a whole animated like blimp would come out with Peter Griffin and Family Guy. Sunday, 8 p.m., new episode. So they had a few jokes about that. How it'd like cover half the fucking screen. Fox was just totally marketing the fuck out of everything, and Arrested Development didn't really succeed, or people were watching it, but Fox didn't see that it was an HBO show. I think is what Rupert Murdoch said. Rupert Murdoch said it. He saw it and he said, "What is this doing on my channel? This should be on HBO. This is an HBO show. This is an HBO show on Fox," is what he said. I think about it, which is pretty interesting. What else? We're moving into hour 4 here. Why stop now? We got 2 viewers. We got to crank up the watch time, everybody. We're backload. There's just so much to fucking talk about. Why stop? What else? What else is going on? South Korea declared martial law. What the hell was that about? Georgia, there's some kind of uprising in Georgia. What's going on in Georgia? There was like some kind of like rebellion, or it's the time of revolutions. But we're all too glued to our goddamn phones. That's where the revolution's happening, right here, everybody. Through the InfoWars. Not a bullet was fired in the InfoWars. There were no shots fired. Just endless talking points, AM radio, Rush Limbaugh podcast, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn. So apparently Joe Rogan is going to go to Mar-a-Lago to do an interview. I think he feels like he's a part of it. I think he wants to get on board. He wants to he wants to be involved like Elon. Joe Rogan could be doing a fucking podcast from the White House next year. I wouldn't be surprised. Cabaret. Okay, so Cabaret is all about Weimar Germany. It's based on the Berlin stories, which I have not read all of. But Christopher Isherwood, I guess my impression of it is he moved from England to Berlin because it was a more libertine place. And Cabaret is all about the decadence, I guess, and the people trying to escape the growing threat of fascism, and doing it through song and dance. Liza Minnelli. It's like Cats. They save the best song for the very end. The song Cabaret, it's literally the very end of the movie. Not spoiler alert. And when I was a kid, I had this music box. It was a little clown. It was like this little dancing clown in a circus tent. He had makeup and little buttons and shit. Socks, high socks. And you twist the thing in the back, the key or whatever in the back, and it would play a song in the little music box, and the guy would dance. And there was a little tray in the bottom where you could I put my little special kind of shamanic runes, little coins and little artifacts. And I didn't realize it at the time, but the song that it was playing was Cabaret. How fucking insane is that? Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. This is unmistakable. I remember this from childhood, this fucking music box. I didn't know what it was. I did not know it was Cabaret. Sometime later when I was in college, or I don't even know, I was watching something and Cabaret came on. I heard the song Cabaret and I'm like, holy shit, that's what that song is. I didn't know that it was Cabaret. It was just, I thought it was some fucking song from the 1800s or something, 1890s or something. But, it's a music box, so it's got that sentimental kind of touching twinkly, ghostly kind of quality. And so, in a weird way, without even trying, my life has sort of like become like, well, I was watching Joel Gray specifically because he's the MC, right? And so I'm like, God, everybody fucking tells me I'm a good host and all this shit. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm obviously a host. So I'm obviously like Joel Gray in Cabaret because he's like, it's like one of the ultimate MC kind of compare performances. And it's between like, right, it's during Hitler's rise. It's like between, you know, the beer hall put and the Reichstag fire, right? Like that's kind of where I don't know exactly when Cabaret takes place, but I think it's the early 30s, like 32 something, right before the Great Depression, or is it during the Great Depression? I was reading this the other day. Maybe Dave Malinsky, I mean, I know he's not watching, but he can confirm or disconfirm this. Is like I read, people don't really take into account how much the Great Depression played into the Nazis' rise. I mean, it was pretty concurrent, actually. 1929 happened, and then by 1933, Hitler was on his way. It's like we're kind of in a similar situation. I know there's kind of this backlash against comparing Trump to Hitler and a dictator, and people are like, oh, well, he didn't do it the first time. It's like, he tried. He definitely fucking tried. He tried harder and more directly than anybody ever. And he's basically got complete immunity now. He's going to have, 6 Supreme Court justices, blah, blah, blah. He's going to have probably more power than any president, maybe, in a long time. And he's going to try to take it as far as he can. So who knows what that will lead to? We don't really know. He kind of got shut down the first time. But we don't know. And with Hitler, there was sort of this like, right, there was the beer hall put, and then they put him in jail. And then he came out of jail. It wasn't all just like rise. It was like there was a rise, and then he got like put back, and then another, then the stock market crashed and inflation went berserk. I mean, that's really what happened in Germany, is they had like hyperinflation, which is that could be our reality very soon. Trump has studied Hitler. We do know this. He's right in like a putt. All he has to do is just knock it in, just get it online and knock it in. And he could do that. We don't fucking know. We're hoping to stop his ass. We need to fight however we can. By podcasting as hard as we can, by streaming. Apparently we weren't streaming hard enough. I mean, I was streaming. Maybe I wasn't appealing to, maybe I should have stayed on Twitch. Maybe I could have really converted some people if I was on Twitch, but too gay seeming for, I'm too into poetry and musical theater. The Broadway bro down. No, I'm not really into musical theater. I'm definitely not into the new Broadway. Broadway is gone. I mean, I would say Wicked was the beginning, or Rent, Rent into Wicked. Wicked was like the beginning of just like the kind of theme, well, vocal pyrotechnic Broadway. And 21st century Manhattan Broadway. Kristen Chenoweth, Idina Menzel. I mean, I guess Broadway has always been mainstream, but it just seems, I don't know, it just seems so powerful now. Like Wicked box office was like massive. I guess that's nothing new. I guess probably fucking South Pacific and all that shit probably had massive box office as well. West Side Story or The King and I, or the list goes on.
Dear Evan Hansen. People want to sing and dance. God, I hope my stream doesn't get taken down all 4 hours of marathon. But you know, the real streamers are on here like all day, every day. They're playing video games. They have something to like. I guess that's subject matter. To me, it's like a digital pastoral. You know, like if you just want to enjoy the graphics, the story, the movie of the game, and then you're experiencing it through the personality of. I guess that is the hero's journey. Maybe game streaming is the hero's journey because it's like people are watching the personality of the streamer go through the tasks of whatever the fuck it is, multiplayer gaming, the endless war simulation, or I don't even know, some kind of massive RPG. You know, I do think these RPGs, like, they were like a precursor to the long form narrative kind of biosphere we're in now, and all these fictional universes. You know, that nerd culture, that obsessive, data driven world building kind of tendency. Very popular now. Comic Con has gone completely legitimate, like the Corleone family. They're in casinos now. They're in the fucking Vatican. They're in the papacy. So yeah, it's like, I don't know. Maybe that is the modern, because it's the ultimate kind of fluid, choose your own adventure. Uh, you know, and I think people are just surrendering to the stimulation, and it's kind of inarguable. I mean, if you want to look at it that way, I mean, the graphics of these video games, the physics, if you want to look at it like an aesthetic experience, I mean, video games are literally completely built from the ground up. They're complete simulations, they're complete virtual environments, they're totally customized, they're totally built. Um, Simulacrum, and they can just take you places, and they can take you on adventures that just like are a lot harder to gain purchase on in real life, like the kind of landscapes, the variety of, I don't know, travel, adventure, challenge, experience. You know, if your nervous system doesn't know the fucking difference, video games are kind of experiences. Are they really that different than your real life fucking experiences, to be honest? Or a movie, certainly. You know, a video game as an experience is certainly as valid, if not more moving and immersive than a film or a novel, even, per se. I mean, things like Metal Gear Solid. I didn't really love games like that. They were a little too cutscene, or you know, how much of Metal Gear Solid, it is almost like a play, where it's like how much of that fucking game takes place. It's just like it's Snake's face and then whoever else he's talking to's face, and it's like these conversations were just like dialogue, 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 dialogue. It's not even a fucking cutscene. It's literally just like DARPANet, blah 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 blah. You know, it's like all this kind of density about. He's basically rehashing a bunch of John Carpenter movies. As far as I can tell, Metal Gear Solid is essentially just rehashing Escape from New York and a few other John Carpenter movies. Um, and you know, not that that's a bad thing. I think that's part of what makes it artistic. Is it is like this, like uh, repurposing. It's like you're taking a piece of something else. It's like you found something on the street. You found this piece of wood or something. It's like, oh, okay, and then I build something out of it. I make it into a piece of furniture or a big painting or whatever. I don't know. Some kind of mobile or something. I don't know. what do they call those? Like Jasper or Rauschenberg, like those sets that he built. I don't know what that stuff is called, but um, a lot of video games were kind of like cannibalized from movies that they didn't necessarily have the licensing for, but just Metal Gear Solid refashioned it in a way that was very interesting. It was all about the Cold War and the arms race and kind of like what we were moving into. I mean, I sat there and watched my brother play it, just like somebody watching streaming. When I was a kid, my brother being the older, dominant, violent one, and I don't know, he liked playing those kind of games. He liked playing games that were a little bit more problem solving. Or I mean, Metal Gear Solid was 40 hours or 50 hours. It was a lot of gameplay, and it was very linear. And it's like a problem solving game. And I was more into like roaming stuff, like Zelda, creative games, The Sims, stuff that was open ended. I liked open ended kind of non-linear. But if you're into science fiction or anything like that, special effects, video games just can do that better than anything, really. And then they put you right in the middle of it. I mean, what could be more exciting? It's like you're in the middle of the action movie. You're in the middle of the adventure, the story. And I don't know, people seem to be fine with that. People seem to like it. I mean, there's so much stimulation, it's so much color and graphics and oh, I should get off city pretty soon because I still have to eat and it's getting late. So I'll get off maybe in like 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Thank you for watching. In a lot of ways, I don't like the way that we have to surrender our real life experience to have those virtual experiences. To me, it is kind of like disabling. Real life is the video game. Real life is the RPG. It's nice to have the RPG as sort of like a model and a way of understanding life. Like somebody, Drew Takaman, I think, just had a Instagram, like whatever that is, where you just type words into Instagram. I forget what it's called, thoughts or whatever it is. And it was like real life is the RPG. It was something to that effect. It wasn't exactly that, but it was like you choose your path. You choose how you want to, what quest you want to go on. Do you want to be a mage? Do you want to be a fucking knight? Do you want to be a wizard? Whatever it is, I don't really play those kind of games. To me, real life is the RPG. But is it escapeless? I don't know. It is what it is. It's where a lot of people are spending their time. And it's weird that streaming culture was like born out of this, right? Or at least that's like, I'm trying to talk it through as like, okay, like it is kind of interesting that maybe it is like watching somebody go on a hero's journey type thing. Like yeah, we're gonna go back to this now. If you're into Dr. Disrespect, you get to see Dr. Disrespect go on and do whatever the fuck, play whatever those games are. I don't even know what they're called. I don't know what games he plays. He goes out and kills people. He goes out and shoots people with a sniper rifle. Like, that's what guys do. Like Ted Nugent, right? They go up into their hunting nest and they shoot people. They commune with nature on the golf course. And they're golf simulators. I mean, I did have a little bit of a golf simulator when I lived in Park Slope. Hey now.
Hey now. I'm about to get off actually because I've been here. Maybe I'll just eat my Chipotle during the live stream. Do some live mukbang for everybody. Hey now. I did have a little bit of a golf simulator when I lived in Park Slope. This was like 2011, 12. One of the first things I did when I moved to New York is I bought a Nintendo Wii because I thought I was having health problems because of stress. So I thought I should play more video games as a way to de-stress. So I've been sort of talking about video games for just a sec. I don't know if you just tuned in, but okay. So I bought a Nintendo Wii to play video games as a way to de-stress. But I also thought it'd be physical, and I don't remember if I bought it for a certain game, but the game that I really played the most, I got Tiger Woods Golf. I think this was even after he got canceled. Was it? It couldn't have been. It had to have been before he got canceled because there's no way they would have named a video game for children Tiger Woods Golf after that sexcapade, the ultimate sexcapade. I mean, sex addiction really a thing? I mean, who can even afford that? I mean, who even has access to that? Um, Tiger Woods. So he was a sex addict, but I mean, it was part of his how he was such a winner. It was part of his whole mojo and his whole being. It was part of his life force. Um, he was just he flew too close to the sun. It's really a what the fuck is that? I'm so high I can't even remember. Who's the guy who flew too close to the sun with the wings? Everybody knows this, I'm sure. I should definitely know this. It's just pathetic. So anyway, I had Tiger Woods Golf because, okay, and as far as I know, to this day, I'm not even sure if any other game ever did this. It was the first game that ever had Augusta National Golf Course in the game, which was like unthinkable because they were always so protective of their fucking Augusta legacy and shit. But the thing about Tiger Woods Golf was because it was Nintendo Wii, you use the controller as a golf club. So it was sort of like playing a golf simulator. It was sort of like it was as close to playing real golf, but you're at your house. So for my hillbilly ass, it was like probably the closest I ever was going to get to actually playing fucking Augusta National Golf Club was in this golf simulator of Tiger Woods 2009 before he got canceled. And so this was probably like the peak of my living situation in life. So I had this unbelievable room in Park Slope with like this amazing cornice work. I had like a fucking chandelier kind of piece. I had a private sink actually. Thinking back, that was like kind of crazy that I had like this fucking marble sink that I could just like get water and shit whenever I wanted. Had a closet, nice hardwood floors, like herringbone, big French doors. I had 2 windows. I had all this nice furniture. I had a futon. I had this fucking king size bed. I mean, I had my projector. I had this fucking palm tree that I got from work. So it was just like, it was the ultimate. I mean, until I had that 2-bedroom apartment, it was just like, I had all my books. I had my IKEA desk, my iMac. So it was like, dude, it was just like, oh my God. Park Slope, overlooking this backyard, $950 a month. That was everything, utilities included. That was 2011, 12. And so I would play Tiger Woods golf in my fucking huge room with my high ceilings. Just like I'm a fucking finance bro. I might just become a finance bro. Can you help me become a finance bro? Do you think I have any future in that? I know how to play golf. That's like half the job, right? I mean, I could go in the golf simulator. I could bro out with the finance bros. If it means I could afford an apartment in New York, we could, I could get these guys into poetry. Yeah, so I had the golf simulator in my huge bedroom in Park Slope. It didn't last long. I lived there for about I think it was about a year and a half. It was phenomenal. But I would literally play Augusta National in my bedroom with on my Nintendo Wii on my projector. So I literally had a fucking, projector size fucking screen. Like I'm really there in Park Slope. I've been trying to get back to that point ever since. I was briefly there in 21 and 22. I'm hoping it comes back. I'm hoping it comes back around my way. Video games help reduce stress. I mean, I don't think that that's what it did for me. I mean, that was the point. I don't think that's why I was like sick. I think I don't know. If anything, they're like simulations of stress, or like they're simulations of like kind of survival, because supposedly your nervous system doesn't know the difference, right? Your nervous system can't tell the difference between like something it sees in a movie in real life, supposedly. And like video games, I'm sure, are even more intense version of that. So the fact that we have all these people just like gunning each other down like 8 hours a day on Call of Duty games. I mean, I did that for a long time. I played GoldenEye. I love fucking Quake 2, Halo. I played in a Halo tournament. I thought I was fucking good at Halo. I literally spent like my entire freshman year of college playing Halo. So I thought I was pretty good at it. Lord knows I invested hundreds of hours. And the pistol in that game in particular is very lifelike. Just shooting people in the head with a fucking pistol. But it's Master Chief, so it's like, oh, it's not a real guy. I loved it. God damn it, I loved it. War, it's fantastic. And then the shotgun in Halo was so satisfying. Blowing people away with that shotgun, oh my God. Wow. It was like, it's completely sexual. It is 100% like ejaculating. It's like the death ejaculation. You are so fucking dead. So we played in this Halo tournament and we got destroyed. It was unbelievable, like how dead we were. Just like these guys, like we played Blood Gulch. For all my true Halo fans will remember Blood Gulch. Take me back to Blood Gulch, everybody. Bury my heart at Blood Gulch. Just bury me in Blood Gulch, everybody. Literally the happiest hours of my life were spent in Blood Gulch playing Capture the Flag. See, in our little dormitory, we found out we could plug our Xbox. I literally had the original Xbox. We could plug the fucking LAN cable. Fuck, I'm probably being too loud. I probably do need to get off pretty soon. We could plug the fucking LAN cable into the wall, because we got our internet from we plug a Cat 5 cable into the wall. So we literally figured out, one day we were playing Halo, we literally figured out we could plug our Cat 5 cable into the wall and play each other in our dorm. And then one day we're playing and somehow these other guys got on. Somehow there was just like this mystery guy. He wasn't any of us, appeared in our fucking Halo game. And he's shooting at the wall. And we just think, this guy is fucking retarded. Like, what is this guy doing? We just went over. We were just blowing him away over and over again. We just went over and just were wasting this guy. And suddenly it dawned on us, he's writing. He wrote, I think he wrote his phone number or something on the wall. Maybe it was AIM. That was a very AIM time. We were all on AIM. My freshman year of college. Holy shit. I had some dramatic away messages. I was very emo on away messages. A lot of song lyrics. Very sincere. So this guy was shooting. I think he shot his phone number. So we found out you could play people all over the fucking campus through our just plug in the wall. So once, that was before Xbox Live and shit. There was, the first Halo was not online. it was strictly a LAN party. I had this fucking LAN router from like the 90s that literally you had to plug in. It looked like a fucking guitar pedal or some kind of like wireless microphone thing, and you plug the Cat 5 cables into it. So it was like the greatest thing in the world when, your friends would bring over their goddamn Xbox and you could get 6 or 8 or, if you were really lucky, maybe 12 or 16 people playing. But we usually had about 6 people playing or something. And capture the flag, Jesus Christ. I mean, just hundreds of hours of my life. That's why I had to stop, because I'm just like, I'm not really like progressing as a person. Not that not playing video games or having a job has really helped. I mean, I'm still just like kind of a beginner who hasn't gotten anywhere in a lot of ways, but like, you know, I don't know how regular people do it between their job and their video game habits. It's like, how do you do anything productive ever? Like, I don't even have a job, and like, I never get done what I'm trying to get done, and or at least I don't know. It's like, it's just, but at, all of these people are making a living being video game fucking streamers, and like, if you're not really in touch with video game culture, it's like you're kind of missing out. I mean, particularly with like male culture. Like, not that I really give a fuck, but like, that's like where guys are acting out their fucking lives now. Is like in fucking video games. And that's why they're all incels and they never had a girlfriend or whatever. It's like, dude, just go out and talk to girls. That's like the most challenging fucking rewarding video game you'll ever play. But it's too real. The thing is, video games give people all the satisfaction of like a real experience and like really confronting something, or going through some kind of like emotional challenge or whatever. But it's completely safe. It's almost like some kind of like fucking Asian massage, or I don't know. It's just like a complete, it's like a prostitute, or I don't know. It's not the real thing. It's like, uh they don't really love you. But at the same time, it's kind of become the real thing because of online gaming culture, multiplayer. To me, multiplayer games were always more interesting because they were social. That was the other thing about video games that I really didn't like, was it was not social. As a teenager, I mean, I pretty much played. That's all we did until we were like 17. Basically, all I fucking did was stay home and play goddamn video games. I mean, I got 120 stars in Mario 64. It's like video games were a huge, huge, huge part of my childhood in a way that I don't regret, because the games really were magnificent. Things like Zelda or Super Mario, that was like the forefront of the fucking culture. And in certain ways, it still kind of is. GTA 6. I mean, how much of fucking TikTok is about, dude, we got Trump 47 before we got GTA 6, or we got XY's Wicked movie before we got GTA 6. It's like, we got Armageddon before we got GTA 6. It's like, GTA 6 is going to be dope as fuck. And those games are incredible works of art. I mean, they're some of the best, if not, to be honest, if not the best. I mean, Grand Theft Auto 3 might be the single most important cultural event, I would say, actually, of the last 25 years. I don't think there's been a more important cultural artifact. Like, Grand Theft Auto 3 was a completely new I guess there had been precedents, things like Mario 64 or Zelda 64, but Grand Theft Auto 3 to me was really like a pivot point where, like, I don't know, video games became immersive and lifelike, world-like. You're just in this world behaving. There was a little bit of that in Zelda where there's side quests and you can interact with characters, but I mean, with Grand Theft Auto, I mean, it was really just like the whole game could go on endlessly because there was just infinite possibilities with, you know, what could happen. You didn't even really need to play the fucking game, to be honest. You could just drive around and kill people. And it was like, uh, but it was also like, to be honest, the level of writing in Grand Theft Auto was, to me, it's as good as anything that's been written, actually. Maybe that sounds ridiculous, but like, um, the satire in that game was like as good as it gets, frankly. There were things that Grand Theft Auto was like pointing out in real life that like you didn't even see anywhere else in the culture, like really nailing it like that. And once again, it was a similar thing to Metal Gear Solid, where they were kind of like, um cannibalizing films. Like Grand Theft Auto is totally ripping off, uh I mean, especially Vice City, and they're totally ripping off movie. But that's what's fun about it. It's like, oh, you're playing the movie or something. It's like you're in Miami Vice, and the soundtracks, and if there was a song in a Grand Theft Auto game, it's like everybody fucking knew it. The fact that there was even radio stations, when you're driving the car around, even shit like that was like unheard of in a game. The fact it was a little, you're playing God in a way, or you're living a life, except you're not living a life. It's like you're puppeteering a little action figure. Well, the benefits of video games, dude, it's your hand-eye coordination. That's what we used to always say when we were kids. Oh, it's great for your hand-eye coordination. It's like it's your hand-eye coordination gets like way better. It's like, to me, it's like that's where like the social life of men takes place now. Not that I would want to be a part of that, but like, dude, I love like playing multiplayer games, and um if you're looking at it from like an artistic point of view, like my brother, my friend Chip, they're like aesthetic guys. They love film, but they're more into science fiction and stuff. They're more into like Blade Runner and Total Recall and Dune and stuff. Chip's really into Star Wars or whatever it is. I can appreciate that stuff, but it's not necessarily my prime interest or drive to like. But the way that they play video games I mean, games have always been a part of our lives. When we were little kids, our dad would take us to the arcade. We've had a Nintendo basically as long as I can remember. And Nintendo has always been like the greatest fucking thing. Even as a little kid, you knew that. You didn't need anybody to tell you. It was all you wanted to do ever. It was like play fucking. I remember when we got a Super Nintendo. Holy shit. I still think the Super Nintendo does not really get enough credit. I mean, the sheer number of like amazing games for the Super Nintendo. There were so many fucking games. And just like that was my childhood. But we also had a real life childhood. We were outside playing baseball and exploring the woods and shit. So it wasn't all virtual, but it's very easy to get swallowed up in the virtual now. I mean, it's just so I couldn't imagine living in New York City and fucking playing video games all day. It's like New York City's the ultimate goddamn video game. Are you kidding me? New York City is the ultimate video game. It's the ultimate Grand Theft Auto. Like the fucking how I don't know what Grand Theft Auto is, but the character's like Eastern European or something, and he lives like you start out in kind of like Jersey or something, but it's like that's kind of been my experience
living out here and stuff. Um, I mean, I think people don't really understand like the cultural power that video games have. Like, there is this kind of like denialism that Hollywood is in, where they think that they are like the thing that dominates everybody's like life. Where it's like, oh, whatever the mainstream TV thing is, and it definitely dominates like what we see in the fucking, like these Stranger Things actors pop up, or Ozark, Jason Bateman, and apparently Jason Bateman and Will Arnett's podcast Smartless is like the number one podcast. So that's even like in Arrested Development. And then Sean Hayes is on it. I haven't really listened to it, but that's almost like an iteration of Michael and Job. But to be honest, I think video games probably have more fucking power than any of those things. I mean, it's not necessarily communicated as clearly because video games, it's like they're virtual. They're not. Um, and I don't know. Maybe there's like a stigma about it. Like, do people talk about video games? Do they with each other, or like with TV and stuff? It's like that's what you talk about with people. You talk about, oh, did you see this fucking show? Or with video games, I mean, it's kind of an antisocial. They're playing video games. I don't know. It's like, but I heard screen time. When it comes to screen time, people spend more screen time playing video games than social media. People think social media is like the most powerful thing in our lives, but like people are spending more time playing fucking Candy Crush. And if you look at people on the train, it's like, yeah, a lot of them are watching stuff, but like most of them are playing fucking, Candy Crush or some kind of like weird, just like pattern. It's like, oh, these things are all the same color. I'll press them and they disappear. Wow. Like, what the fuck is that? That's got to be like some kind of like deep animal, like picking the ticks off of our out of our hair or something. I don't know what that is. Like, why everybody on the train is like playing fucking these like there's yellow and green and red like fucking jewels or something, and they're in a row, and you press it, and or it's like Angry Birds. It's like, I don't know. More people are doing that than, or even on fucking Instagram or TikTok. Like, that's kind of crazy to me. I mean, to some degree, I think video games like do teach you like problem solving. Like if you're in Zelda, or like, you do have to have patience. You got to try a bunch of different things until you get something right. From what I've seen, those have been good lessons to people that I know that like do more practical things. Dude, one of the all-time greatest games is Mario Paint. But people that do practical things, it's like if you build things, or like my brother works with electronics, it's like a lot of that is you got to know what you're doing, and you got to figure things out. I think things like Zelda, I mean, Nintendo, I do believe is like an ethical company. I do think they're trying to instill like positive things, even though they know that they're kind of like vampirically like draining these children's youth by divorcing them from their bodies and just like putting them on couches. That was what the Wii was about. It's like they wanted people off of couches. They wanted you to have to get up and get in the golf simulator and go Wii bowling and shit. It's like you can't just sit there and twiddle your fucking thumbs and like. I mean, that's the worst thing about video games. It's like it's just another lethargic like sitting activity. There's already too much of that stuff. There you go. Potion creation and alchemy. Yeah, playing Zelda, I think you're qualified to be a wizard and you know um, shoot a bow and arrow.
Alchemy, absolutely. Cast spells, drink potions. Um, spread fairy dust around, twink torches, light torches, ride horses, learn to haggle with like market uh, merchants. I've probably done more like interaction with merchants through like Zelda games. Well, Zelda is like, I don't know, there's maps in it. You're like discovering, like it does you do have to like figure things out, and it does reward effort and and sticking to it this. Movies are more passive, I would say. Movies, you just sit there and watch them and think about them. Like a video game, at least you're sort of like virtually, even like, like if you watch people playing video games, they're moving around and shit because they are kind of vicariously going through what the care. There is like this weird real world centrifugal kind of momentum that you have to throw around with it. But I don't remember what game it was, but there was some game where it was literally like the single day where they made the most money in history in entertainment. It was like maybe it was Halo 3, the launch, but it's like they made more money that day than any other day in like any other entertainment thing ever. It's like, that's kind of the fact right there. You don't really need to know any more than that. If video games are making more money than everything, and the thing with video games, it's like some of these games, it's like there's endless opportunity to spend more money where it's like you got to buy new outfits or buy new content, buy new upgrades. Um, yeah, it takes up too much time. It would be nice to have a whole other life to like play video games or something, but uh, maybe when I get old. To me, I still haven't even done what I wanted to do in real life yet. To me, it's like there's too many open mics to do. There's too many real experiences to have. There's too much weed to smoke, and just like I like going out and just like staring at the world. But most people like to stay at home and watch people play video games on Twitch. They'd rather watch that. A video game might take up a lot of your life, but like there are some cases that it's worth it. Like there are definitely some games that like I think you're not really getting the whole cultural picture if you haven't played them or you don't know what they are. But sitting there and watching somebody else play video games, that is kind of nuts to me. Um, that just indicates to me that like people are just living virtually, and they're fine with that. Like they're fine with just like uh, it's having like a meta type experience. So it is like a metaverse in a way, like just playing video games, watching people play video games. Like that is the fucking metaverse, really. That's why when I did, I had that joke. I guess you'd call it a joke, but it's like just build the metaverse like Grand Theft Auto. If you want people to go in the metaverse, just make it like a video game. It's like I don't really think the gamification of things is a bad thing. We've talked about this before, but people are like objective oriented. We like setting goals, achieving them. We like statistics and beating each other at things and keeping score. Competition. Watching people play forms of connection and make you feel less guilty for being a loser. Yeah, I mean, I definitely go hard at video game people for being fucking losers, but I, you know, Our whole culture does. They cost us the election. They're responsible for Trump. I blame gamers because the thing is, they're just not really taking life seriously. And like, to be honest, a lot of gamer culture is like super fucking. It's like South Park if it was written by people that didn't know what they were doing. You know, like gamer culture is just full of people like taking the worst aspects of South Park and like making that the joke. It's just all like crude. Geraldo was like very against Trump, I think. I saw something recently where like there was I forget what it was. Maybe it was Trump's. I don't know if it was his tariff thing. I think it was maybe the Puerto Rican thing. I think it was Tony Hinchcliffe. Because I think Geraldo is Puerto Rican, or he's definitely Latino. I'm not sure if he's Puerto Rican but is he Cuban or Puerto Rican? I thought he was Puerto Rican. Oh, Gerald of Rivera. Oh, I thought you just typed. I just thought you mistyped Geraldo Rivera. See, that's how lame I am. Mario voted Trump. Dude, I saw a video. It's the guy who does the voice of Mario. He's like this old white guy. He's like this old white hippie. And they said when he was doing the voice for Mario's teaching typing, they wanted him to say something about how the kid was wrong. And he was like, no, I'm not going to do that because I don't want, negative reinforcement. And so, like, the reason why Mario is, like, so positive and, like, it's a me, it's because it's this old hippie guy. He's, like, in a tie-dye. He's got, like, long hair. He's like, yeah, when I did Mario for Mario Teaches Typing, I didn't want the little kids to feel bad. So I wanted to, hey, try again. You got it this time. Is that offensive? If I was Italian, I'd be proud of the Mario. Oh, I mean, Mario's Italian. I mean, this is a secret, but all Italians are Trump. They're all Trumpers. It's like a deep thing. I don't know what it is. Maybe not all of them, but the majority of Italian. That's why they've got Mussolini and Mussolini's granddaughter and Berlusconi and shit. They just love fascism. I don't know why. They invented it. They love centralized power. Who the fuck knows why? I mean, I think that's what we're seeing. There are certain people that just don't think that democracy is the best system. Yeah, they like flashy fascism. There you go, exactly. They like gaudy, like Gucci, House of Gucci fascism. They like Liberace fascism. It's all like fucking gold lame. I gotta get my fucking Chipotle here. Oh god, am I kind of dancing again, son of a bitch. Bear with me for 1 second while I resituate. Fuck, okay. German's like death metal fashion. There you go. Hey, that's good. Is that in your act? You should definitely. That's a good bit. Smoking, drinking, snorting, shooting. Just kidding, YouTube. These are jokes. Please don't take my 4-hour or 5-hour live stream down. We love YouTube. All right, maybe I'll do 5 hours and then be done. I do kind of have to get off because I think I'm getting kind of loud. What a loser I am. Having to be quiet during my live stream. Pathetic. Now it's just an ASMR. I'll do some soft scratchy vocalization, some vocal fry. It's just crazy, like how tuned in. Like the whole joke of that Domingo sketch is,
Yeah, go to gamefaqs.com. Look up real life. Look up stand-up comedian open mic, New York City, video game strategy guide. Get the strategy guide from Nintendo Power. Remember Nintendo Power? Yeah, Napoleon pretty much maxed out his experience. Yeah, he got the bag and then some. He 100%ed it. He got all the stars. He got all 120 stars. He set the land speed record for the Mario Kart track. Yeah, who knows? Who knows how you. I think that's what Elon Musk is going for. I think Elon Musk is trying to put himself in the Alexander the Great conversation. He's trying to take over the world, one country at a time. And Mars too. I guess he'll just start his own planet. You guys suck. I'm gonna go start my own planet. Maybe I should. Yeah, there you go. NPC. Well, that's another example of gamer like vocabulary sort of becoming like the standard. Let's do our NPCs. What a rude thing to say. What a dehumanizing thing to say. It's like saying you're not a person. You're just like a stock animation in the Zelda game. Zelda 64. You're rendered. Oh yeah, Mario Paint. If you've never played Mario Paint, it's too late. But to me, Mario Paint, it came with a fucking mouse and a mouse pad. It was one of those Super Nintendo games that came in the big box. You know, the really good games came in the big box. I mean, the Super Nintendo box was already big, but the big box was really big. It was like Earthbound in that game, or in the big box. But Mario Paint, because the fucking mouse pad. So it literally came with a mouse that you plug into your Super Nintendo. You know, that was pretty smart of Nintendo to teach us how to use mice. You know, for a kid that didn't have a computer. There you go. For a kid that didn't have a computer, the fact that you could Mario Paint and have a mouse. I mean, John Ryan had it. We didn't even have it. John Ryan had it. He got peanut butter in the mouse and fucked it all up. But Mario Paint's like you could make animations, make music. There was that Fly game. It was a complete creative. It was like, you know, it was like Apple Creative Suite or something. It was like having Adobe. It was like Mario Adobe, basically. Mario, it's Adobe. You know, it's just like it just encouraged you to. It was like photo. You know, you could Photoshop, kind of draw shit, throw paint at the. But it was a Super Nintendo cartridge. You know, I was more into that kind of stuff where it's like sort of democratizing, or Sim City. You know, things that are. New York City is like one of those Warcraft hubs where there's a ton of high level players. Towns are more NPC populated with lame fetch quests. They're all meth zombies out there. It's a desolate feudal land wrecked by natural disasters. Um, Yeah, I mean, New York, god damn. It is kind of overwhelming sometimes. Just the onslaught, the deluge of humanity, and just how many big shot people there are, and just how many there are trying to do it, and how competitive everybody is. And there's, the other thing is there's this constant hose of like new people, so it's just like you think that you're young, and then 2 years later there's a whole new crop of entirely new people, and then 2 years later there's a whole new, it's like New York, there's constantly new competition, new layers of people trying to get the bag, and it's exciting, if you love people like I do. But it's also just like Jesus Christ. Uh, it's hard to set your parameters in some way. It's like, why not just get to know everybody everywhere? Everyone here is striving to be elite in some way. Yeah, I also think that's why it's important to be here. Um, I just find it exciting to be among that, and it would feel like anywhere else is like second best, or it's not. You have to be in the place where the best people are. Like, it's here. It's obviously here, even in spite of all the bland, kind of rich people and gentrification and all that. It's like it's still just like completely thriving. This huge octopus of fucking activity. And there's definitely tons of people that I really like and relate to, and admire, and like culturally I'm happy and proud to kind of be a part of a scene or a community that includes the people that I've met through doing these open mics and whatnot, all of that kind of stuff. Like, you know, there's like an element of like danger in New York that's lacking in people that I kind of like. Other places I've been where there's scenes, it's like there's kind of people that are, and I don't know, maybe this comes in with like harder drugs or cooler people, but like in Columbus, the scene of people that did, it was just hard to find a place to fit in anywhere. It didn't feel like there was a whole lot of people trying to do what I was trying to do, or the theater people were kind of, but in New York there's just so many fucking people that I met tons of people that have spurred me on to do better and to do smarter, and that I've had incredible collaboration. I mean, the talent level here is fucking crazy. The way that people can sing, the way that people can play, the way they look, the way they dress. It's just like there's so many fucking people that are elite and here trying to make something of themselves, and they're tall, they're good looking, they're rich, they're smart, they have it all. They're just, And it's nice to have time away from all that, to have a little bit of break from all that. Um, you know, it can beat you up, all that activity, all those egos, all that competition. That's part of the thrill of living in New York, is just like the highs are high. They don't get much higher. In New York, everything feels like, wow, I can't believe I'm doing it. Can't believe I'm doing this in New York. Wow. I'm reading my poetry in New York. Oh my God. I'm a comedian in New York. I'm doing a show in New York. But yeah, there's also like a, I don't know if I'd call it kindness, but there's like a lack of severity. There's like a lack, even though it's really competitive and like certain people are doing better than you. There's also like, I don't know. There you go. Well, that's one of the interesting things about, like, New York right now is so like not dangerous or edgy, but I don't know. They're like safe, I guess, like crime wise, convenience wise. It's actually just like a really nice time to live here, I feel like. Um, you can take the train at night. It's not that dangerous, contrary to whatever the media would have you believe. Um, but you also kind of feel that in the art. Like, Jesus Christ, the graffiti in New York is so bad. It's so corny. The tags are so corny. But it's also kind of nice to not be around people that are like sociopaths. I don't know. When things get edgier and more, I don't know, you get people that are into darker shit, weirder shit, or more dangerous stuff. It's kind of nice that it's, maybe that's lame to say, but there's still people doing exciting, transgressive things, bold things, but yeah, I think that's one of the things about the internet that we're seeing is like people that just kind of have interesting lives can just make content. Like if you're a fucking ice fisher, or there was some guy I was watching. I don't know. It's just like suddenly that stuff has appreciated in value where it's like you can vlog about, I moved to a cabin in fucking, the middle of nowhere and here's my like van life. Become a or yeah, or the opposite, where it's like, oh, I moved to New York to go to art school. Here's my day in the life of, an art student in New York. We are the characters now. It's just like rather than a movie telling that story, it's almost like we're telling our own story about the characters of ourselves. And rather than watching it in a movie or watching it through vlogs, through content, through this kind of like mosaic of different social media streams and kind of like not reality show techniques, but like post reality show where it's like people have these kind of like personalized self reality shows. Like that's when my TV show did get renewed. I just got an email about it. My TV show got renewed for winter 25. So that'll be, I think that's 10 years on Brick. I've literally been on public access for 10 years. Not that it matters or anybody watches, but um, authority of the medium. But I jokingly called it my reality show. But that's kind of where we are. It's just like you got to figure out how to get people watching you on the internet somehow. My blogs go to the public access. Um, but I haven't, to be honest, I haven't really sent them anything in like since I moved, really, because their interface with how you do it is just very inconsistent. You know, if they just had some website that you could just literally go and upload it, I would probably do that. But it's just too difficult to do a cut that's 28 minutes long and bounce separate videos for that and then send them all to the public access station through like some kind of file sharing service or something. It's like, why? So this can air one time and no one is even gonna fucking see it. Like, oh, how about I just put it on the internet and people can watch it whenever they want? Like, but I used to work harder to package it for the TV. You know, I would edit episodes so they were 28 minutes. And even when I was in that apartment in Chelsea, I was pretty consistent about sending them really good edits that fit, you know. So it's like I would edit an hour and a half video into 3 videos, three 28-minute videos, which I thought was kind of exciting to actually have kind of like a long, continuous thing that aired over different weeks. Um, and I think there's probably more people out there with TVs than you would expect. You know, there's probably more people seeing it than you might expect. Like, there's a lot of people who live in Brooklyn, and like a lot of them actually do have fucking TVs and cable and shit. Even though people are cutting the cord. The thing is, the internet has just become public access. The internet has become like the greatest public access that you could imagine because now it's like everywhere and it's everybody. You know, everybody is kind of throwing their hat into the ring with like, what the fuck? Why don't I try to make TikTok videos or stream fucking video games? Maybe it will be. Maybe all public access will be goddamn gaming live streams, you know? It's like maybe in in the future, 20 years from now, maybe all content will just look like this. It'll be like a person sitting in their webcam with a microphone running their mouth about one fucking thing or another. Oh my god, I can't believe okay, love you, Ashley. Isn't wasting time necessary for creativity? I mean, that's a good point. In our productivity mad society. Yeah, I'm about to get off. Um, Ashley's just loitering. You're just loitering, huh? Okay. Ashley has Courtney Love Tea. Studio 151. Okay. Good for you, Ashley. I don't know what that is. Wasting time necessary for creativity. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think if you can just find yourself in situations where you're gonna like trick yourself into ideas, that's like what they mean by that. Ashley wastes time all the time. You just have to spend time alone. Okay. Well, Ashley's the master, so just ask her. She would know. There you have it. Ashley and I waste a lot of time. It's practically all we do. watching all these fucking movies. Playing cards. What are you talking about? Oh, you're actually playing cards? You and your friends? Okay, actually, have fun. Um, I think you just need like a rhythm in your life that's like allows you to take creativity as it comes to you. You know, it's like you have to create situations where there's going to be creativity, where there's going to be ideas. And I think that can be any number of things: traveling, hanging out with people. Um, one of my I do get a lot of ideas just hanging out with people. You'll start to banter about something, and it's like all of a sudden, okay, boom, we know what we're gonna do. We'll do that. It's like, okay, Ashley's had a rhythm since she was young. Wow, good for you, Ashley. You've had a rhythm since you were young. Good for you. I haven't. I don't even know if I found a rhythm. I think I found my rhythm when I was like 30. I had to get out of other people's rhythms. Other people were trying to force their rhythms on me. We have a rhythm to bet her together. Okay, Ashley, it's true. It's the dance of life, okay? You need to find a partner who you have a rhythm with. And, okay, after my life. Okay, send it after my life is over. All right, I think I'm going to be done pretty soon. Still partying. Okay, good for you, Ashley. Have fun. Have fun partying on Tuesday night. What is it? 28 degrees outside or something. I think I've got great vocal fry going on right now. This is great, like ASMR vocal fry, like William S. Burroughs. William S. Burroughs had great vocal fry. Dr. Benway. Okay, Ashley. Dr. Benway says Bennett changes taking me to Odeon. Yay. Does that make any sense to anybody? I know what the Odeon is. Who's Bennett changes? Bennett from changes. Oh, that's the guy who's publishing Ashley's book. They're going to the Odeon, where Ashley says the food is mid. She says the Odeon's not actually that good. I've tried to get Ashley to go to the Odeon a few times. I used to work right around the corner from the Odeon, and I've never been there. But apparently the food is mid. She's going to a glamorous late night dinner with her publisher. Okay, you go back to real life. I'll just go back to being 40 years old and live streaming in my pajamas. Okay, Friday. I'll see you Friday. Where was I? I was talking about something very important. Kiss, kiss, Ashley, okay? Now, for God's sake, don't waste any more time. There's too much creativity. I mean, I definitely think like being involved with people, I think is like the biggest thing. If you try to do it like alone or isolated, it's like if you just stick with people, you can compound what you're doing a lot faster. Because if nobody notices what you're doing, then like you don't really, I don't know, I don't know. You don't really know what you're doing or something. I don't know. Uh, like if you're not spending time with people, then you're not. You don't. I don't know. Like this is something with. I'm saying this because I don't spend any time with anybody, really. And so, like, I don't know. I just feel like I I don't have the same likes and dislikes that like normal people have. And so my ideas that I like look at the movies that I like. They're all like that fucking Henry Yaglom movie, like A Safe Place. Look at the letterbox reviews of that. People said it was the worst movie in the Criterion Collection. I don't know. You have to be open to badness, but not too open. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna get off now. Thank you for watching. It was really we got into a lot. There was just a lot covered. I'll probably get back on. Who knows? I mean, if it's gonna be freezing, I don't know what the hell my plans are, but I'd like to get out in the real world a little bit. I don't just want to be inside all week, but we'll see. We're coming up on Christmas. Sign up for next Monday. We got our Christmas specials. We're doing 2 Christmas specials this year. So sign up for either one of them. We'll try to do better next time, everybody. Thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, share. You know, my friend Kale was saying that she shares the open mic with her parents. Her parents like it. That's what it's for. It's for you to send to your parents to show them what you're doing in New York. Performing at this big open mic with all these other artists and bohemians. The open mic, the audience is artists. Everybody in the audience is an artist. So it's a very hip cognoscenti there. So people putting their lives on the line, their ideas on the line. They're not chickens about it. And they're doing it in a very Henry Darger, outsider artist kind of earnest way that I relate to. And I'm the Henry Darger of YouTube, I guess. Dr. Benway. We're going to the Odeon with Bright Lights Big City. I do recommend Bright Lights Big City. I'd like to watch that again with Michael J. Fox and Jason Robards. It's just a visual reference point for my mood board, for my life mood board. Thank you for watching, everybody. God bless us all. God bless America. God bless you. God bless me. God bless them. God bless everybody. Thank you for watching, everybody. Have a great rest of your day. Amen.